Portugués.
Buenos días, ¿no?
Presente. Yes, sure. I'm okay.
Muy buenos días. Okay. Muy buenos días, señoras y señores. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would kindly like to ask you to please take your seats so that we can commence our meeting this morning.
Come to their places so we may start our session this morning. Mr. Chairman, with 20 delegations in the room, I am pleased to confirm we have quorum to proceed.
Bom dia.
Good morning. After the verification of the quorum, I have the honor to declare open this regular session of the Permanent Council, convened to consider the topics contained in the draft agenda, document CB/OD 2554/25, which, in compliance with the provisions of Article 43 of the regulations, I submit to the consideration of the Permanent Council. If there are no observations, we will approve it. And so it is approved. Before proceeding, we would like to express our condolences to the family of Mrs. Violeta Barrios de Chamorro and to the people of Nicaragua. Her career as the first elected president in the Americas is an important milestone in the institutional and democratic history of the region. Now, I wish to welcome the permanent representative of Ecuador, the new permanent representative who is not in the room, but let us put it in the minutes, a welcome for the permanent representative of Ecuador who's participating for the first time in this permanent council, or who will participate when they arrive, Ambassador Valencia.
Antes de
Before we move on to the next item on the agenda, and considering its length, I should like to request the collaboration of delegations in order to be brief in their comments and interventions. We must exhaust the agenda of this regular session in a timely manner in order to allow the Secretary to briefly distribute the decisions we will take today so that we can be, or I should say so that they can be properly transmitted to our capitals in view of the General Assembly, which begins exactly in 1 week. In this regard, I inform you that a recess will be granted punctually on the dot at 1 p.m. and will resume at 2:30, unless we finish the morning's agenda, which I really don't think is likely. With this in mind, and on the basis of the provisions of Article 46 of the regulations, I consult the Permanent Council of the possibility of granting an extension of up to 10 minutes for the intervention of the delegation of Mexico on item 4 of the agenda, with the aim of reading a joint pronouncement of the delegations of Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay, which will give up their time and will not request the floor on this particular point. Likewise, I consult whether there is an agreement to extend for up to 7 minutes the interventions of the chairs of CD and the standing committees of the Permanent Council under items 5 to 10 of the agenda. If there are no objections, well, that it is so agreed. Agreed. As our next topic, and in response to the request of the Secretary General, we will listen to the presentation of the 38th report of the mission of support for the peace process in Colombia, which was distributed as a document CP Doc 612125. On behalf of the Permanent Council, then, I would like to welcome the head of the MAP, Mr. Roberto Menendez, who will offer us a summary of that report. Mr. Menendez, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, representatives, permanent representatives of member states, representatives of countries and observer missions, colleagues of the Organization of American States and the MAP OAS. The support mission to the peace process in Colombia thanks the outgoing Secretary General, Mr. Luis Almagro Lemes, for his trust and commitment to peace in Colombia and the permanent ongoing support to the mission. And as such, then, we would like to warmly welcome the incoming Secretary General, Mr. Ramdin, who has taken on the post for the period 2025-2030, as well as Mrs. Laura Gil, elected as Assistant Secretary General, who will take on the post on the 12th of July, with a view to contributing to the priorities of the organization and the fulfillment of its principles. MAP OAS has made available to the Secretary General and the Secretariat its accumulated experience, technical capacities, and its willingness to serve. Mr. Chairman, before presenting you with the support that brings us together today, I would like to express the condemnation of the attack against Mr. Urbay last 7th of July. We extend our solidarity to him, to his family, and his team, and we reiterate our rejection of all kinds of political violence that flies against personal integrity or threats the peaceful democratic coexistence or peace. In this current context, I'm very honored to once again address this Permanent Council to present the 38th report on the work carried out by the Support Mission for Peace in Colombia, which corresponds to the period between the 1st of July and the 31st of December 2024. In this quarter, then, the OAS MAP carried out 943 missions on the ground, with more than 130,000 kilometers on the ground that they covered and 1,500 on the waterways. And this took up 275 centers in 25 different departments, including other municipalities, villages, and ethnic territories of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendant communities. During this time, the mission accompanied and made significant achievements in the peace agenda. And here I should like to point out the Roundtable for Co-Construction of Territorial Peace in Nariño, in the national government, and the Comunero del Sur armed group. At the beginning of this year, this organization handed over part of their war and their arms and devoted themselves to clamping down on or looking at reintegration. And for the Estado Mayor and for the national coordinator of the Bolivarian Army, work was done with a view to transform the territories and in bringing down these armed groups. Despite these achievements, which are in specific areas, they can have a transforming impact over the long run by representing points of departure, which are very specific to build peace in the country. We value the handover of lands to the Afro-descendant indigenous peoples and some of the people in Cauca and Caquetá. This process has been done willingly, and the development programs with a view to territorial issues has been in mind for peasant areas and food-producing areas for the peasants and farmers. All of this are parts of the key aspects for access to sea, territorial governance, and rural justice. And similarly, I would like to underscore the governmental efforts to incorporate the gender mainstreaming and strengthen participation of women in building peace. This is through initiatives such as the Law for Women and the National Plan for Resolution 1035. Another very important achievement has been the coordination between the Special Peace Coordination and the national government to strengthen the integral system for justice, reparations, and non-repetition of these acts. The peace justice have worked arduously, exchanging information to clear-cut defined areas and responsibilities. The technical roundtables for exchange of ideas has allowed the rulings for peace serve as input for the decisions taken, and these efforts contribute to the judicial aspects and protection of the victims' rights. Implementation of the final agreement for peace of 2017, alongside the initial geared toward rounding off the Justice and Peace Initiative, continue to be key components for consolidating the peace efforts and allow us to address factors that continue to have an impact in the current context. The mission reaffirms its commitment to accompany the activities, allow the peacemakers to make contributions in favor of the victims, such as the quest for people who have disappeared and the report of reparations of assets. This is based on recognition that the former ex-defenders don't exist as an armed organized group in Colombia anymore. They are former members of these structures and they have moved on to civilian life. Another of the initiatives are talks and peace dialogues move on at the same pace. Some of these processes, such as the ones that move ahead with the Comunero del Sur, the Estado Mayor, and the National Coordinator for the Bolivarian Army, have showed important achievements. And another, a dialogue with the ELN and the other groups in Colombia and the Conquistadores de la Sierra de Santa Marta are also involved, and other groups and areas where we try to make progress on organized crime have had some setbacks. Now in Catatumbo, the situation continues to be critical, and there is the need for an ongoing humanitarian, urgent attendance to this issue. Now, in many cases, there are territorial disputes that have intensified amongst the armed groups and with the clashes with public forces. This situation affects the governance and has grave humanitarian consequences, especially in the department of Antioquia, Nariño, Cauca, Chocó, Guaviare, and the norte of Santander. And besides the destruction of ecosystems, the pollution and microphone, please, for the speaker. Speaker has lost the microphone. This contributes to increasing vulnerability of these areas. During the second semester of 2024, despite the efforts in the total peace policy, MAP observed strengthening and growth and broadening of some of the activities of the armed groups with grave consequences of the civilian population, and particularly in those areas where there are clashes and conflicts amongst them. In areas with limited state presence, these groups have an influence on community life, and they impose norms, they restrict mobility, and they have a heavy hand in provision of public services. The mission identified an increase in recruitment of children, boys and girls and adolescents, especially between minors, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendant communities. This recruitment is taking place mainly through social networks, platforms, and coercion, taking advantage of family networks or lack of employment. And there is a registry of denunciations as well as the normalization of this phenomenon in zones with a strong presence of armed groups. Although the authorities have taken on prevention and paid attention to these, the communities continue to ask for effective measures to protect the children. The attacks continue against social leadership that have signed the peace agreements of 2016, and ex-combatants and public servants. And in addition, the sexual violation, disappearance, forced displacement, and trafficking in persons continue to be a very important set of concerns. We recognize very significant achievements and progress made, but there are still a lot of different concerns given the continued violence against those who signed the agreement. There are limitations in the reintegration process and gaps when it comes to reparations that require urgent attention and ongoing attention. Given the deepening of armed conflict in some territories or areas, the Secretary General reiterated a request and call for the government and the armed groups to keep peace dialogues and talks going in all forms, prioritizing protection of civilian population and respect for international humanitarian law and human rights. Mr. Chairman, representatives of member states and observers, peace is a path that is demanding, that requires ongoing activities that protect life, guarantee rights, and transforms the conditions in the different territories. This commitment requires implementation of the agreements, strengthening security, and strengthening institutional presence of the state, especially in the most effective regions of violence. And then finally, the mission expresses its deep thanks to the Secretary General and the Permanent Council, as well as to member states and observers that are part of the Basket Fund: Canada, Chile, Spain, Ireland, Italy, Netherlands, the UK, Swiss, and Turkey, and who support the specific activities. And here we're talking about Norway, Switzerland, Germany, and Argentina. Their support continued to be fundamental to guarantee this mission in the territories. We would like to invite you to continue going along with these efforts with the same deep-seated conviction with which you set up the very possibility of having a Colombia of peace. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Delegações.
I'll open the floor to the delegations that would like to intervene on this item. Colombia, please. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. And I would like to, first of all, thank the Secretary General, Albert Ramdin, and the Chief of Mission, Roberto Mendez, for presenting this 38th report on the work of the peace process mission in Colombia, MAP. As we all know, the new Secretary General will be committed, as Luis Almagro was, for the 10 years of his time at the helm of the OAS, and supporting Roberto Mendez and his team in their work in Colombia. His dedication has been crucial to these efforts in seeking peace in our country. On behalf of President Petro, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to the entire Organization of American States for the trust in the peace processes that have allowed MAP OAS to continue with its valuable work in Colombia, for the presence and support of the MAP, which have also been crucial in building bridges between institutions and communities. And we also trust that we will be able to continue counting on your support as we work toward territorialization of peace. In the last 6 months, the MAP has played a key role in consolidating peace in Colombia through its monitoring efforts, support, and technical assistance. Its support has strengthened trust between stakeholders in the conflict. Our country continues to move forward as we fulfill our peace obligations, particularly in this period. In the past, that was not always the case, with tangible results that also highlight the important structural challenges that require political will and which must be overcome. That is why the instructions of President Petro have been very clear. In his remaining time in government, he has set a fundamental goal of working to promote peace as an ongoing effort with dedication and awareness. And we know that we must have continuous, constant efforts if we are to achieve peace and change the reality in so many territories that have been beset by violence for so many decades now. During his presidency, President Petro has been able to achieve great milestones in agrarian justice and building peace. And we have given over 150,000 hectares to marginalized rural populations. And that includes to small-scale producers, rural women, and various ethnic communities. And he also has created 16 comprehensive agrarian reform with a gender and ethnic perspective, and approved 2.4 billion pesos to this effort, with a territorial impact in Catatumbo, Nariño, and others, as well as achieving many signatures to the peace accord. And the presidency of President Petro has bet on dialogue with stakeholders dedicated to peace, particularly regions that have historically been impacted, as Roberto just stated, such as Catatumbo, Nariño, and others. Chair, Your Excellencies, you have supported the peace efforts in Colombia, and this is a nonlinear process, as we know. It's not something that can be achieved alone. That is why we count on the priceless support from Nestor Mendez, the ASG. That is why we also reiterate our thanks to the countries that make up the basket fund, which were already mentioned by Ambassador Menendez. Germany, Canada, Chile, Spain, United States, Ireland, Italy, Netherlands, UK, Switzerland, Sweden, Turkey, and also contributions from Argentina, Switzerland, and Norway, which have also contributed to the mission politically, technically, and financially. The cumulated experience of the MAP in Colombia is serving our region, and we hope to continue receiving your support, Your Excellencies, and Chair. Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Chile, please, Ambassador. Thank you very much, Chair. Chile would like to thank you for including this report, not only because of the transparent and well-known accountability that MAP OAS has always shown, but also because of its commitment throughout Colombia. In this framework, we also salute the total peace policy promoted by the Colombian government, and this is a framework for the mission's work. And from this conviction, the OAS and Chile in particular, President Boric, salute and the work of the MAP, and we condemn in the strongest of terms the attack on Miguel Uribe Turbay. This has absolutely no justification whatsoever. And Chair, this conviction cannot be simply left in words, and even more in a context, as the Chief of Mission already described, in which solidarity and the presence of the international community is indispensable. In that sense, we are honored in Chile to share our modest but persevering contribution to the peace process and mechanisms that contribute to this process. And certainly this is a process in the hands of the Colombian people. But in order for it to become a reality, we need international support, particularly from states around the Americas, to support this in an ongoing fashion. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll give the floor to Brazil. I apologize, says the speaker. Bolivia first. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Roberto Menendez for his report on the map in Colombia for the second half of 2024. We underscore that during this period, 943 missions were carried out on the ground in over 200 population centers, 171 municipalities, and 25 departments around the country. Without a doubt, this broad scope shows the strong commitment of MAP OAS to fulfill its mandate in coordination with the Colombian government. The Colombian government, particularly the government of President Petro, continue to work on behalf of comprehensive peace and contributing to truth and justice, as well as reparations for victims of the armed conflict. This is a laudable effort. For over 25 years, they have continued to build a culture of peace for Colombians in the face of many challenges. And as noted in the report, the total peace policy moved forward in its territorial approach in many different initiatives, conversations, and dialogue between the national government and armed groups. These processes are aimed at building agreements to end the impact on civilians, ensure institutional presence, and transform territories while also ensuring the rights of victims, as well as strengthening trust in institutions and the legitimacy of peace policies. Chair, Bolivia is a pacifist country. We promote a culture of peace and the right to peace, as well as cooperation between countries of the region and the world in order to contribute to mutual understanding, equitable development, and promoting interculturality with full respect for the sovereignty of states. In that sense, we recognize and fully respect the staunch determination of the brotherly people of Colombia to consolidate the peace process and definitively end armed conflicts through negotiation and dialogue while promoting peaceful coexistence and full respect for human rights in the entire population. We greatly value the defense of life and the existence of our politically and legally organized societies. Thank you very much, Chair. Brazil is recognized. Thank you, Chair. I would first of all like to thank the Chief of the MAP OAS mission, Roberto Mendes, for presenting the 38th report of the mission. And Brazil reiterates its staunch commitment to the peace process in Colombia. And once again, we express our full support to the efforts undertaken in this direction. Chair, please allow me to begin with an expression of solidarity. The Brazilian government vehemently condemns the attack against Senator Miguel Uribe Turbay, which took place in Bogota on June 7th. We reject any and all forms of political violence, and we express our solidarity with the senator, his family, and the people of Colombia. We also salute the prompt response from the authorities, which led to the detention of the main suspect. With regard to the MAP OAS report, we value the progress achieved, particularly efforts aimed at negotiation with illegal armed groups, as this is an essential step in consolidating a lasting peace. We underscore the positive progress in the framework of the total peace policy, as well as the results in various dialogue sessions. And we also underscore the advancements for the Women, Peace and Security agenda, which is fundamental to building inclusive and sustainable peace. However, we share the concern with the persisting violence against former combatants and their families, as well as the return to forced recruitment of children and adolescents. We agree with the map with regard to the pressing need to create a comprehensive, coordinated response to ensure protection for the civilian population, particularly in border zones and rural areas. Chair, Brazil has, for many years now, maintained a close partnership with the OAS efforts in Colombia. For example, we have traditionally provided assistance to humanitarian efforts in Colombia for almost 20 years now. The Navy and Army from Brazil have taken part in bilateral activities in cooperation with the IADB and the OAS, particularly through the Inter-American Group for support of humanitarian efforts and the Group of Inter-American Technical Advisors in Colombia. We are also proud to be part of the countries that guarantee peace negotiations with the ELN. We staunchly believe, Chair, that total peace in Colombia is a target that is increasingly within reach. And today, the MAP OAS continues to be an indispensable partner in this regard. Thank you very much. Canada, please go ahead. Thank you very much, Chair. We would like to thank Mr. Menendez for his update on the very important work being carried out by the MAP OAS in Colombia. The MAP OAS is a trusted partner in the engagement to promote peace in Colombia, and this has allowed us to achieve sustainable, measurable results. Canada is proud to be a long-term partner of this effort. Currently, this is a crucial moment, and we therefore salute the MAP for its vital role in support and providing solidarity for the people of Colombia, particularly in areas affected by the conflict. We recognize the dedication and perseverance of the MAP's staff in their engagement and expertise, which have played a determining role in the peace process in Colombia. MAP continues to face major financial constraints, and this runs the risk of leading to an impact in its ability to carry out its ambitious agenda throughout the country. We encourage member states to look for ways to financially and politically support the very important work undertaken in order to support the peace efforts in Colombia.
Canada remains deeply concerned about the challenges facing Colombia, including the situation of human rights defenders and social leaders. We urge the Colombian government to continue to prioritize the protection of these individuals through concrete actions and to continue its efforts to address the underlying causes of violence and insecurity in the country. Canada continues to fully support the total peace efforts of the Colombian government and wishes to reiterate the importance of the full implementation of the 2016 peace agreement, including the chapters on ethnic issues and the provisions related to gender equality as the foundations for future peace efforts in the country. We look forward to continuing to work closely with the OAS and other international partners to achieve lasting peace and stability in the region and for Colombia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The observer mission of Spain is recognized. Please go ahead. Thank you, Chair. I will begin by condemning the attacks in Colombia and rejecting violence. Spain sees the value in promoting peace and human rights in the hemisphere, and our commitment to the peace agenda in this region has led us to decisively support through the OAS the MAP Colombia mission, and our assistance has been channeled through the Spanish Cooperation Agency for Development within the Spanish Fund for the OAS, which is about to commemorate 20 years of operation without interruption. And we have supported the MAP in Colombia since its very beginnings, and we are one of the donor countries, and we have lately been providing support in the peace negotiations through political and financial support. We also would like to recognize the work of MAP Colombia, particularly that of Roberta Menendez at its helm. Similarly, we recognize that the OAS continues to bet on peace in the region. And finally, I would like to reiterate the urgency of our commitment institutionally, politically, and financially to MAP Colombia and to peace. As part of that commitment, as always, we revindicate the fundamental role of women as those who build peace, and we know that total peace is closer each day. I don't see any further requests for the floor, and so we reiterate our gratitude to the Chief of Mission, Roberto Menendez, for his presentation. And through him, we congratulate the members of the MAP and the entire team of Democratic Sustainability and Special Missions of the General Secretariat for the progress achieved in this process. That said, I suggest that the Permanent Council take note of the presentation of the 38th report on the MAP OAS in document CP/Doc 6121/25, as well as the interventions carried out by the delegations. I don't see any further requests for the floor or objections, so it is hereby agreed. Now, we will hear the final report from the electoral observer mission sent to St. Kitts and Nevis to observe the elections that took place on August 5th, 2022. And that is contained in document CPINF 10607/25. The Chief of Mission, Mr. Bruce Golding, the former Prime Minister of Jamaica, will be presenting a summary of that report, which was distributed to delegations as CP/Doc 6125/25. Mr. Golding, welcome, and I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Benny Belly, Chair of the Permanent Council. Ambassador Jackson Henry Martin, Permanent Representative of St. Kitts and Nevis to the OAS. His Excellency Mr. Albert Ramdin, OAS Secretary General. Ambassador Esther Mendez, OAS Assistant Secretary General. Representatives of OAS member states and permanent observers. The OAS mission for the The team was present in all 11 constituencies of St. Kitts and Nevis and observed the conduct of the poll from the opening through to the tabulation of ballots and the transmission of results at several polling stations. The mission issued a post-mission press release on August 6th and its preliminary report on August 15th. This final report consolidates all of the findings and recommendations developed by the mission in the spirit of further assisting St. Kitts and Nevis in strengthening its electoral process. The mission's complete report has been distributed and can be found on the webpage of the OAS Department of Electoral Cooperation and Observation. On the counting of ballots and the transmission of results, the highly centralized nature of ballot tabulation, which requires that ballots be transported to a central location in each constituency for counting, can and did result in a protracted process that leaves room for speculation and even mischief. Citizens have a right to receive information on the results of an election as early as possible. Therefore, in keeping with the recommendations of the OAS missions in 2010, 2011, and 2015, we again recommend the amendment of the Elections Act to allow a preliminary count of ballots to be made by the presiding officer at each polling station in the presence of party agents immediately following the close of poll. A second and final count of the ballots can thereafter be undertaken by the returning officer to verify the results before they are certified. On constituency boundaries, while the Constituency Boundaries Commission is required to periodically review the number of constituencies into which the country is divided, constituency boundaries have remained unchanged since 1983, more than 40 years ago, with internal migration creating a deepening inequity in the distribution of electors per constituency. It should be acknowledged that new boundaries were legislated in 2015, a mere month before the elections in that year. But this was nullified by the Privy Council on procedural grounds. The mission recommends reconvening the Constituency Boundaries Commission at the earliest opportunity to undertake a review that takes account of population changes and ensures a more equitable distribution of electors, and that this be done in a timely manner and well ahead of the next elections due by 2027. On political finance, there is no legal framework for the regulation of political financing. Political party and campaign financing is entirely private. Candidate political parties and campaigns can accept unlimited contributions even from anonymous donors, and there is no requirement for reports of sources of funds or election-related expenses to be submitted. We recommend establishing limits on private donations and in-kind contributions from individuals, businesses, and the media, prohibiting anonymous donations, creating legal standards and practices for recording, managing, and reporting political party contributions and expenditures, and endowing a regulatory body with the independence, authority, capacity, and resources to provide oversight and enforce norms, including monitoring and requesting financial reporting from political parties and making such information public. A major concern I wish to share, not just in relation to this mission, but others that I've had the privilege to lead, is the lack, not just of implementation, but even consideration of the recommendations that have been made by previous missions aimed at improving the electoral system in these countries. It is disheartening. If I might humbly suggest, the OAS should consider intensifying its monitoring and surveillance in between election cycles to urge member states to take these recommendations seriously and to keep the OAS informed of its consideration and decision. Finally, the mission thanks the governments of St. Kitts and Nevis, particularly the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Electoral Commission, and the Electoral Office, and all stakeholders with whom we met, for their willingness to engage with us and share their perspectives on different aspects of the electoral process. We also thank the governments of Italy, the Netherlands, Peru, and the United States for their financial contributions, which made this mission possible. Last but by no means least, let me commend the members of the support team from the OAS for their superb guidance and assistance. They are indeed a credit to the organization. I thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Golding, for your intervention. I will now open the floor to delegations that would like to speak to this topic. St. Kitts and Nevis, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want also to greet the distinguished former Prime Minister of Jamaica, who we are delighted headed the election observation mission for our last elections in 2022. On behalf of the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, the permanent mission to the Organization of American States conveys profound appreciation to the General Secretariat of the OAS, and in particular to the Department of Electoral Cooperation and Observation for the deployment of the Electoral Observation Mission to observe the general elections held in the Federation on August 5th, 2022. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis recognizes and applauds the indispensable contribution of the Electoral Observation Mission to the critical layer of legitimacy it added to the evident integrity and transparency of the electoral process. The presence of the mission lent assurance as to the conduct of the elections held in an atmosphere of commendable order and respect for democratic principles. The peaceful outcome and subsequent seamless transition to a new government duly elected by the will of the people speak to the maturing democratic ethos of our federation. St. Kitts and Nevis expresses its deepest gratitude to the Chief of Mission, the Honorable Bruce Golding, former Prime Minister of Jamaica, whose leadership and integrity guided the work of a team of distinguished experts and observers from across the hemisphere. Their collective efforts were instrumental in fostering adherence to the highest standards and ensuring the observance of established electoral guidelines throughout all phases of the electoral process. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis also wishes to extend its sincere thanks to the member and observer states, Peru, the United States, Italy, and the Netherlands, that generously provided the financial resources necessary to facilitate the mission's deployment. This kind of support underscores a shared commitment to strengthening democracy and promoting the rule of law in processes underpinning transition of power. While the government of St. Kitts and Nevis welcomes the positive assessments highlighted in the mission's final report, particularly those acknowledging the generally smooth administration of the vote and the professionalism of poll workers, it affirms its unwavering commitment to democratic deepening. St. Kitts and Nevis fully embraces the balanced and constructive recommendations advanced and reiterated by the mission, which speak to opportunities for improving electoral administration, financing, enhancing voter education, refining election infrastructure, and ensuring comprehensive training and preparedness of all election personnel. Accordingly, the government will not rest on the laurels of commendation, but will pursue, with purpose and resolve, the implementation of reforms that aim to sustain and fortify the democratic fabric of the nation. We believe that a transparent, participatory, and well-managed electoral system is indispensable to building and maintaining public confidence and to ensuring that all stakeholders, citizens, political parties, and civil society can affirm the legitimacy and credibility of the process. In closing, the permanent mission of St. Kitts and Nevis reiterates on behalf of the government and people of the Federation sincere appreciation to the OAS and all its supporting partners for their valued engagement. The Federation remains steadfast in our cooperation with the OAS and looks forward to continued collaboration in furthering the democratic values that unite the peoples of the Americas. Thank you.
Não havendo mais pedidos.
Thank you very much. As there are no further requests for the floor, the chair suggests that the Permanent Council take due note. Canada, are you asking for the floor? Canada has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Canada will take due note of the final report of the EOM, of the OAS on the general elections in St. Kitts and Nevis. We commend and congratulate the government of St. Nevis and Kitts for these well-run elections. We thank the Honorable Jules Golden and others for their very deep-seated, detailed analysis and the recommendations. Canada truly appreciates the work done by the mission as to institutional strengthening and electoral transparency, as well as the promotion of the participation of women in political life. In English.
We note the call for reforms to modernize electoral processes, including the decentralization of ballot counting, the introduction of advanced voting mechanisms, and the implementation of clear campaign finance regulations. These steps are vital to reinforcing public confidence and democratic resilience. Canada believes in the importance of gender parity in political representation and supports the mission's recommendation to consider temporary special measures to increase women's participation in elected office. We salute St. Kitts and Nevis's commitment to electoral reform and encourage it to continue its collaboration with the OAS and other partners to implement these recommendations. Canada stands ready to support efforts that advance democratic governance and inclusive political processes in St. Kitts and Nevis and across the region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
As there are no further requests for the floor, the Chair would like to suggest that the Permanent Council take due note of the final report of the Electoral Observation Mission from the OAS sent to St. Kitts and Nevis, given the 5th August 2022 elections in document CP Doc 6125/25, and thanks Mr. Golding, head of the mission, and the members of his team for the work carried out during that mission. If there are no objections, then it is so agreed. The next topic we have, given the requests from the delegation to Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Canada, Costa Rica, Mexico, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay, we will commemorate the International Day of Women in Diplomacy. To begin this commemoration, I should like to ask the Secretary to please give us the video of Mrs. Dolce Vadia, representative of Brazil, for gender topics. Hi, good morning. First, I should like to thank you for the invitation from Ambassador Benoni, Chair of the Permanent Council of the OAS, and the coordination group of women and children and gender mainstreaming of the organization, to be able to participate in this discussion, which commemorates the International Day of Women in Diplomacy. The fact that the OAS is commemorating this date is a demonstration of the organization's commitment with gender issues, and I would like to congratulate them for the very first time we have an Assistant Secretary General, Laura Gil, as a first woman in this post, and whose mandate will begin in July. We know that setting up these dates for the International Day of Women in Diplomacy in 2022 tallies with a need, and that is the need for women to go through important careers of women's contributions in diplomacy, as well as a time to reflect on the challenges that still exist for women to have a more meaningful, firm presence. Diplomacy is an area where women are very far from parity, although they're half of the population, the world population, and in my country as well. We don't occupy half of the space in economic or political power. I would like to begin by speaking to the contribution of two Brazilian diplomats. I think it's really important to remember today. I want to tell you that I chose these two diplomats who made very important contributions. And I would also afterwards take a couple of more minutes to speak a little bit about the measures that we have adopted in the Brazilian government to promote the presence of women in diplomacy and other affirmative actions. The first woman whose memory I wanted to underscore is Alberta Mutz, who was the only woman who was part of the Brazilian delegation in the San Francisco conference, where we drafted the Charter of the United Nations alongside other delegates, especially Latin Americans, and especially alongside a delegate from the Dominican Republic, Mrs. Sadino. She was responsible for us to today have in the preamble of the Charter of the United Nations a part that speaks to equality between men and women. And also thanks to the work of this delegate, that we have Article 8 of the UN Charter, a provision that speaks to all posts and functions in the organization, which should be reserved for men and women. Remembering that to date, we never had a Secretary General as a woman that headed up the United Nations. Now, thinking about the Brazilian path, I would like to bring for you Maria José de Castro Chibelo's career. She was the first diplomat. She got in the Brazilian diplomatic career in 1918. She was not the first. She was the first public servant in Brazil. And one of the buildings in the Itamaraty Palace and the Itamaraty buildings has her name on it, thanks to the mobilization of diplomatic women. A mobilization which informally has taken place since 2013, but in 2023, it took on a different profile with the formal creation of the Association of Diplomatic Women in Brazil. So quickly now getting into some of the affirmative actions that we have done to try and change this picture of representation. I think that the first thing that's important to say that we are only 26% in the Brazilian diplomatic corps. Only 20% of women have posts from Brazil abroad. But this is the world average. Only 25 ambassadors in the entire world that head up missions, that head up embassies. The big bottleneck we have in our diplomacy, which is only done through public exams, is a part that hamstrings things. And for the first time this year, we are adopting a specific measure to reserve posts for the first and second phase to guarantee a universe of competition which is a little bit more equal, so that women are 40% as of the second phase. And we got very good results last year. Had it not been for the adoption of this measure, we would only have had 22% of women. But with the adoption of this measure, we got 32%, and including colleagues who are in diplomacy in these posts for the first time. Now, these measures are part of a plan of action that Itamaraty adopted and that contributes to a larger program of the Brazilian federal government, and that is the federal program of affirmative action. The work plan of Itamaraty, which was submitted at the end of last year, is made up of 34 different activities. 24 are geared towards women. And I think that one of the most important things that I'd like to share with you is the work that we have done, which is also reflected in our own plan of action. And this has to do with censuses of women in diplomacy, taking on not only diplomats, but the other careers that are part of the Brazilian foreign policy. Ethnic racial censuses, that's what we've done. And for the very first time, we have a census of people with disabilities. We have to have this view of public servants so that we can think about real possibilities. And we have adopted measures that were thought about in all areas of diplomacy. This was done on a group level. Public of Brazilians abroad, black women, indigenous women, and we're having a training course for indigenous leadership for the court. 30 are going to be carried out in Brazil with a big set of women that are a big part of the people who are participating in the 6 biomes in Brazil as well. So I would like to conclude by inviting you, and our mission can facilitate all of this, but we'd like to ask you to accompany us huge seminar that we're going to do on the 24th of June in Brasilia in commemoration of the 80 years of the UN Charter. Discussion more specifically the contributions to this struggle and the 30 years of the resolution that we're going to be happy to see you there participating in. I truly appreciate this opportunity. I thank you very much to be part of this discussion, and I wish you well for all of the work as you move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And moving on, I would like to invite Mrs. Adonu, the ambassador of the Dominican Republic in Belgium. Ambassador Sidano, welcome. You have the floor, madam. Excellency, delegates, and all my friends, a very special greeting from Brussels, from this wonderful city. Perhaps when the United Nations General Assembly adopted by consensus the Declaration of International Women's Day of Diplomacy on June 20th, many people did not suspect that, first, it was not an easy negotiation, and it required the personal push of the then president of that body, Abdullah Shahid of the Maldives, to bring to fruition what was an idea within the broader scope of promoting the participation of women in leadership positions in the international arena. And then, secondly, that this declaration became a reflection of what had already begun several years ago as a mobilization of diplomatic women, driven by the need to communicate, group together, and cooperate together towards common objectives. In her book, El Infinito en un Junco, Irene Vallejo reminds us that Plato, who was not even remotely an apostle of equality, said that no occupation of the government of the state corresponds to the woman for being a woman or to the man as a man, but that natural gifts are similarly distributed between both. And women participate by nature in all the occupations or places and spaces of the state, the same as men. As modern, effective, comprehensive, active, and open diplomacy is based, like any other area of public service, on getting closer and closer to the citizens it represents and on the defense of their best interests. Therefore, women must participate in a regime of equality on an equal footing in all spheres and angles of international relations, as a reflection of a global population practically shared equally between men and women. ADIDOM, the Diplomatic Association of Women from the Dominican Republic, arises on the basis of the love for the diplomatic career and with the objectives of promoting a foreign policy with a gender perspective and the creation of the institutional conditions necessary for the full participation of women in all aspects and levels of the diplomatic service, on equal terms and within a framework of respect and in line with their professional skills. With the emergence of ADIDOM, other colleagues from other countries in our region were encouraged to group together. They were encouraged to get together, and then we connected with each other. And we have gradually created a large global network that includes countries such as Portugal, Spain, Switzerland, Italy, Germany, and the European Network of Diplomatic Women. The talks, colloquia, and seminars that we have had over the last 3 years indicate that diplomatic women have the same aspirations to participate, lead, influence, collaborate, and above all, not be discriminated against for the fact that we are women, that we can decide for ourselves, and that in that decision-making process, we do not have to sacrifice part of who we are. British researcher Helen McCarthy, in her book, Women of the World, The Rise of the Diplomatic Woman, states that if history has taught us something, it is that over the years, the diplomatic woman has fought to resolve an existential and fundamental tension between being a representative of her country and herself. This sentence could be a little bit shocking, and that's true. And that is that full-fledged participation oftentimes begins inside ourselves. And you know what? The immense majority of us elect to serve without conditions in our country, even though we have other things that are natural in our roles, and even though we have to overcome and continue the fight, and we will only do so with the help of policies and measures that support us face to face, eye to eye, and that is why it's important to have this very special celebration of the OAS. Diplomatic women need support. We need international champions, and we need spaces for dialogue and a place to exchange our ideas. According to the Index of Women in Diplomacy 2024, drafted by the academic or the Diplomatic Academy Anwar Gargash of the UAE, the universe of 150 states and level of heads of mission, 79% are men, whilst only 21% are women. If we break the data down by regions, we see that in 2024, in the Americas, this was the region with the largest number of women ambassadors and permanent representatives, with 28%. The Dominican Republic lightly goes beyond this average, hitting, since 2025, 32% of women in leadership positions, increasing by 10 percentage points the figures of 2024. In our representations in international organizations, that's where we've seen a greater increase, moving from 15% in 2024 to 38% in 2025. And going a little bit more and deeper in our analysis of this profile of our women ambassadors, in 2024, 32% were in this career. They were career diplomats, and in 2025, they jumped to 37%. The full-fledged picture of career civil servants in the Dominican Republic shows almost perfect parity, 90 women and 91 career women civil servants. These increases are an essential part of the contributions of ADIDOM as we support our Minister of Foreign Relations and continue to work towards parity in the diplomatic service. In ADIDOM, we know that the big changes take time and that any other achievements can be fragile as well as all-encompassing change. And the most important that we are convinced of and believe in is that, like Isabel Allende said, women are my soul. To move ahead in what we call gender equality, you have to have a clear-cut vision of the future, an impassioned heart, and an heroic will to address fatigue, tiredness, and failures or setbacks along the way. Thank you very much. To conclude, then, I would like to compliment the Mexican literary, Mrs. Alifonso. You have the floor. We commend her for her book and for looking at women in this arena. This celebration of women in diplomacy is, in point of fact, as we've just heard with the Brazilian ambassador, one that points to a Latin America of women in diplomacy in Mexico throughout the world. And she called on key names in Brazilian diplomacy, like Alberto Luz, who was, as she said, one who signed the Human Rights Declaration, and now also we heard about Minerva Bernardino, the very important Dominican. There was another Mexican woman in the San Francisco conference, and this is Amalia González Caballero de Castillo Ledón, the first woman who held the post of ambassador in Mexico. But even before that, since 1935, there was an ambassador Mexican woman in Colombia. The topic here, the issue here, is that before Mexico gave the women a chance to be a citizen, we already had a woman in diplomacy. And what would be worthwhile remembering today, and which I would like to invite all members of the OAS on this point, and that the importance that diplomacy of women in Latin America has had when it comes to achievements and implementation of many of the fundamental rights. And what am I talking about? Well, I'm going to go back a bit and say that the first diplomatic woman in the entire world was the Uruguayan Mrs. Luisi. And this information has to be spread. The first thing that we have to do is to continue to have and bring in women in diplomacy. We have to know that since we had the Pan American Conference of 1925 in Havana, there was for the first time women representatives, and this extraordinary Inter-American Commission of Women was born, which continues to give a lot of wonderful, delicious fruits for the region. For me, if I had to sum things up, I would say there are three most relevant things when it comes to women's contributions in diplomacy. The first, to go back and uphold the historical part, which is what we've been done with a lot of patience, and to underscore, put in the spotlight many women in the Americas today. Secondly, to see that when you have participation of women in diplomacy, this means changes in the international agenda. Now, what am I really talking about here? Well, until women sat around the table, where you had very relevant topics crop up, like people in matrimony, labor issues, health issues, other issues that have to do with education, and particularly the topic of suffrage. Latin America never promoted those topics, irrespective of the fact that Europe was at war. Latin America had a lot more progress when it comes to women's rights, and that is why it's so relevant that when the San Francisco conference took place, Latin America, with their women diplomats, made progress in where the progress had been already made in the region. But that's only part of the story. That's only part of history. We have moved much closer to other very decisive events, and next week we will have time to celebrate the fifth conference of the summit that took place in Mexico in '55 with regards to women's rights. And here there are delegations who can speak finally about what the CEDAW conference was going to be. And in 1975, the idea of CEDAW was born, and in '79, it was crystallized. This formal convention took place, and then in '82, the committee that upholds it began its work. For the conference of the CEDAW, of course, there were a lot of contributions from Latin America, from diplomatic women who dotted all the I's and crossed the T's, and particularly the Mexican who was a career ambassador, Ambassador Aida Gonzalez Martinez. There are still women who were at the '75 Mexico conference and who could speak about their own experiences. And then after that, there have been a lot of different conferences worldwide, the most relevant being the Beijing conference. We're also following that up. But in Latin America, for no time have we stopped contributing and providing fruit to strengthen the agenda, where we wanted more women in diplomacy, which implied changing certain issues on the agenda. And that is where we get the importance. And here I'm going to wrap up. That's why we have to have more women who participate in all international fora, both in the universal system as well as in the inter-American system. I truly appreciate the possibility and the chance that you have given me for these minutes with you to share these ideas. And of course, I would like to invite you, OAS, to continue to your research on women, and particularly Latin American women and their contributions to the world diplomacy, and that you continue with this recognition of women who were forgotten and made invisible in history. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Alfonso, for your comments. With the permission of delegations, then I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Mexico to read a joint declaration on behalf of delegations of Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. Ambassador Baños, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegations of Brazil, Bolivia, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay have got together to commemorate the International Day of Women in Diplomacy. observed annually on the 24th of June from the time it was established in 2022 by resolution of the General Assembly and the United Nations. The presence and leadership of women in diplomatic positions is necessary and still insufficient from an intersectional viewpoint. In the Americas, we have not yet hit parity, and we are underrepresented of indigenous women, Afro-descendant women, and women with some kind of disability, in addition to others, are underrepresented. This view is decisive to strengthen the dialogue and negotiations and a mutual international understanding of the issues at hand. More than the mere numerical presence of women in diplomacy, it is necessary to reflect on some of the structural impediments and the risks that women have to address in this position in serving in the public. Despite representing a relatively small labor part, states haven't really generated disaggregated data that allow us to get more objectively closer to experiences and exceptional circumstances of women in diplomacy. But the qualitative evidence suggests that there are even greater risks and difficulties in their personal life when compared to men. Frequent uprooting and eventual social isolation or cultural isolation can place diplomatic women as well as women who are part of diplomatic personnel in more vulnerable situations. Many of them live in the midst of violence at home, psychological violence, intimidation, as well as harassment and sexual harassment, with significant barriers to get to justice, particularly when abroad. The impact of the diplomatic profession on mental health in the case of women has been exacerbated given the disproportionate care and the lack of family support when abroad. To this, you can add the systemic barriers for moving ahead in their careers, such as undervaluation of their achievements and their capacities to occupy and take on greater responsibilities, in addition to other kinds of structural discrimination based on gender. Now, many services abroad report on the existence of salary gaps between women, but this gap should also be measured nonetheless by the number of women amongst diplomats that occupy these highest posts in their career, and in terms of time and investment that should be made for men and women to have access to salary hikes and other more responsible posts. Oftentimes, these careers to get young people are not observed with young women, I should say, especially in cases of women who are mothers, whilst fraternity has never hamstrung the growth of diplomatic men out there. These and other impediments are to a large extent structural, and that is why to overcome them, we have to be proactive. We have to have commitment and a show by states, as in Resolution 5815 of the Council of Human Rights of the United Nations. Dear Women in Diplomacy and Human Rights, adopted by consensus. And particularly, let me underscore that states should actively promote full-fledged, equal, significant, and no-risk leaderships of women at all levels in multilateral fora, as well as advocate for equal representation in leadership positions, recognizing at the same time the fundamental role that women play in multilateral development processes and in decision-making inclusive arenas, which are effective. Like in the Dominican Republic, Chile, Canada, and Uruguay, women have organized and got together and created women in diplomatic services organizations. And in Brazil, measures have been adopted such as scholarships and reservation of spots in their exams when it comes to access to the diplomatic career. In Mexico, affirmative measures have been taken, such as in the exams as well as getting in, with a view to reaching parity in all levels and all ranks. Whilst in Chile, the diplomatic career have adopted a host of different measures in the selection process and training and in all the kinds of capacity building when it comes to gender mainstreaming. We underscore that in the case of Costa Rica, 48% of women ambassadors in diplomatic leadership has been reached. This shows a ongoing commitment to promote leadership by women in decision-making areas. These good practices should be recognized and be replicated in other countries in the region. We urge the Permanent Council of the OAS, as well as the Inter-American Commission on Women, to establish an active and open dialogue with these associations and with the diplomatic academia to continue to make visible and to appreciate the labor work conditions and move towards parity and an institutional necessary transformation for the true substantive equality when it comes to diplomatic careers. Today, we would like to remind everybody that women in the Americas that have been systematically excluded from all national delegations at the Sixth International Conference of American States of 1928. They were mobilized to create an Inter-American Commission on Women, the first intergovernmental organ in the world which is devoted exclusively to the defense of women's rights. We would truly like to underscore women's work, Latin American women's work in particular, that participate in the negotiations of the United Nations Charter. It was thanks to Berta Lutz from Brazil, Isabel Pinto from Uruguay, and Minerva de Narino from the Dominican Republic that the founding document of the United Nations included inclusive language mentioning the word women, both in the preamble as well as in first chapter and in Article H. It was these Latin American women, alongside other women from India, Pakistan, who negotiated to include the word women in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. These negotiating women with feminist views, with different experiences, are the ones to whom we owe everything so that we could have parity of rights for men and women and true equal genders as a founding principle. In this commemoration, we would like to remember all the women who made it possible to have an inter-American dialogue, diplomatic women who, unfortunately, very few are ambassadors and heads of mission. The overwhelming majority are in inferior positions and in different activities. They identify solutions which move towards professionalism and are committed to the complexity of each and every one of the topics that they have under them. And here we lead negotiations and other processes in this organization. All of them have to be recognized. Women who work as civil servants in the OAS play a very indispensable role, but they are underrepresented in the posts with lower remuneration and visibility. We see them, we recognize them, and we thank them for their commitment and their permanence. We applaud, finally, the election of the first woman in the post of the Assistant Secretary General as diplomat Laura Gil from Colombia. We hope that under her leadership of the Secretary General, Albert Rambin, parity, as well as the promotion of full-fledged, effective, and equal participation, which is meaningful, will bring in women in the OAS and be a standard in the organizational culture here. We make a clarion call to all member states to take advantage of this commemoration to hear the voices of diplomatic women and to crystallize affirmative actions to promote their leadership and empowerment, and to apply disaggregated data for gender, which move towards significant policies, and to advocate for transforming policies that promote real equality and long-lasting equality. Thank you very much.
With the permission of the delegations, we will give the floor to Ruth Elizabeth Rouse, the advisor for foreign relations, trade, and development of exports in Grenada, who was with us virtually. Ambassador Rouse, I give you the floor.
Your Excellencies, Chair of the Permanent Council, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives and alternate representatives, permanent observers, esteemed presenters, and guests. Today's commemoration in advance of the International Day of Women in Diplomacy provides an important opportunity to celebrate the achievements of women in public service and to reflect on their evolving role in global diplomacy. While progress has been made, women remain significantly underrepresented in both the public sector broadly and the foreign service specifically. Presently, according to reports from the United Nations, only 18 of 151 countries have a woman serving as head of state, and 16 of 193 as head of government. Women also account for just 22.9% of cabinet ministers worldwide. Within diplomatic missions, the gap is even more pronounced. Women held only 21% of permanent representative positions at the United Nations as of 2024. Since 1947, a mere 7% of all ambassadors at the UN have been women, and 73 countries have yet to appoint a female representative. I began my career in the Grenada Foreign Service at just 19 years old and dedicated more than 40 years to public service. It was by no means a bed of roses. It was challenging, but it was also deeply rewarding. I was driven by a passion to serve my country and represent its interests on the international stage. In the early days, women in the diplomatic service were often referred to as lady typewriters, valued for administrative support, but excluded from decision making. In 2002, during my first term as High Commissioner to the Court of St. James's in the United Kingdom, I undertook a master's thesis examining the challenges faced by women in diplomacy. I interviewed 8 of the 15 female heads of mission based in London at the time, and it quickly became clear that our experiences were strikingly similar. We were expected to manage our missions and maintain our homes, often with minimal or no support, while presenting a polished image and juggling countless responsibilities. By contrast, many of our male colleagues had the benefit of spouses or domestic assistants to help carry the load. Furthermore, gender-friendly policies were largely absent from most foreign ministries. The realization prompted us to establish the Women in Diplomatic Service, WDS, a professional association founded on the simple belief that by supporting one another, women diplomats can better serve their countries. Through the WDS, we forged meaningful connections with women in public life, including government advisors and parliamentarians. Recognizing the importance of mentoring future diplomats, we also created a scholarship fund to bring talented young women to the UK on an attachment program. There, they shadowed heads of mission and gained first-hand insight into the workings of diplomacy. Over time, as gender equality gained greater visibility, the status of women began to improve. In Grenada, we've been fortunate, even before independence, to have women hold high-ranking positions in government. We have had a female governor, and for the past 15 years, a woman has served as head of state in the role of Governor General. Representation in Parliament has grown steadily, and women now play significant leadership roles across both the public and private sectors. Yet, challenges persist. As women in diplomacy, we are often referenced not for our expertise or accomplishments, but because of our agenda. I learned to use that perception to my advantage, to project strength, build relationships, and enhance Grenada's representation on the international stage. Throughout my rise in Grenada's public service, I sought to serve as a role model for young officers. When I concluded my career as Cabinet Secretary and Head of the Public Service, it was my hope that I had made a meaningful difference. Today, I urge us all, especially women, to continue lifting each other up. We must replace competition with collaboration and cynicism with creativity. We carry innovation in our bones. Let us use it for the good of our countries, our institutions, and our people. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Passo a palavra à delegação.
El Salvador is recognized. Please go ahead. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the delegations that have requested this commemoration being included on the agenda. And El Salvador was one of the countries that drove the resolution proclaiming the 24th of June as the International Day of Female Diplomats, adopted by the UNGA on June 20th, 2022. Today, this is the third time we are commemorating this important milestone to recognize achievements as well as commitments. And at the OAS, we increasingly see female permanent representatives. And now we have had 16 from with the new representative from Ecuador. Welcome. And we have seen female candidates for leadership, and the election of Laura Gil as the ASG of our organization is a great example of that. And we see this participation is increasing in other organizations as well. And despite the great progress made, it's still essential for us to promote dialogue and reflection that allow us to project and value female diplomacy and the contributions that women have made in many different roles in diplomacy, in building international relations that are more inclusive, representative, and fair. With this vision, the Foreign Ministry of El Salvador is led by 3 women and represented globally by 20 female ambassadors, 27 advisor ministers, and 12 councils, 27 vice councils, as well as many women in foreign service administrative posts. And we have 41.6% of women playing an essential role in Salvador's foreign service. We also have the network of female Salvadorans in diplomacy since March of 2022. And this network drives activities to highlight the role of women in diplomacy, provide training and dialogue, as well as the recent conversation of Women in Action, Multilateral Salvadoran Diplomacy, which was held on May 9th. This event, led by the ambassadors of multilateral organizations, diplomatic civil service, and students of international relations, to look at female roles in multilateral contexts. We also looked at best practices and experiences promoting dialogue and interaction on leadership and fundamental issues related to the international agenda from the perspective of women, as well as important topics such as work-life balance and strengthening support networks among female diplomats. Also aiming at students interested in the foreign service. Women and their rights at the institutional level are enshrined in the 2024-2028 agenda for women in diplomacy, and it looks to mainstream non-discrimination and the right of women for a life free of violence, as well as promoting equitable work relations and eliminating inequality and gaps. Commemorating the International Day of Women in Diplomacy should transcend its symbolic recognition and become an opportunity for us to promote egalitarian, safe working environments that allow women to fully develop and to ensure that female diplomats are heard and respected. Women have meaningful contributions to diplomacy, and they have throughout history. Often, these contributions have been in the shadows. We must celebrate the transformative ways that women are redefining and strengthening diplomacy to promote an international order that is more cooperative and equitable. Thank you very much.
Passo a palavra à delegação.
Paraguay. Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation would like to echo this commemoration of the International Day, and thank you very much to the Mexican delegation for including the topic. We recognize and value the contributions of women in diplomacy. This is fair and necessary. And our work is key to moving forward in international organizations and negotiations, building more inclusive and sustainable agreements, incorporating new perspectives, and bringing to the table crucial aspects such as human rights, social justice, and attention to vulnerable groups. As noted by the ambassadors to the OAS in the article in front of us, women provide talent and value to the times in which we live, and even today, yet, women face obstacles to accessing and fully developing in diplomatic posts. Promoting equality in diplomacy is not only an issue of improving our careers, it's also choosing legitimacy and effectiveness in multilateral arenas. That is why we have female diplomats such as Concepcion Chavez, who led diplomacy in times when female participation in diplomacy was something seen as exceptional. We are inspired by women like her, and Paraguay therefore reiterates our commitment to a more egalitarian diplomatic mission where women are recognized and promoted actively. This guarantees real spaces for participation and responds to the challenges and needs that women face in this arena. Chair, to conclude, we underscore the efforts of female diplomats in our region who are organized and active in promoting equality and defending their rights in their foreign ministries. We have no doubt that consolidating substantial, meaningful female participation and moving forward in equality and diplomacy will strengthen peace and democracy as well as development in our region and the world. Thank you very much. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is recognized. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, at the outset, my delegation thanks the missions who proposed the inclusion of this item on today's agenda to bring visibility and primacy to this theme. For decades, Chair, international politics and the Foreign Service have been a male domain. Since the creation of the OAS more than 70 years ago, all of the Secretaries General were male. Decades later, both genders started sitting at the negotiating table, a practice indicative of the changes in deeply entrenched stereotypes about women in diplomacy, which at some point seemed like a distant aspiration. Today, of all the member states, 11 female ambassadors serve as heads of mission to this organization, and there are 3 female interim representatives. Some of our member states have female heads of state or heads of government, and this organization recently elected its first female Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Laura Hill. We are yet to witness the appointment of a female Secretary General. Chair, women have made extraordinary progress towards overcoming the persistent systemic barriers which they traditionally faced, and the international community has made significant strides in recognizing the principle of gender equality. As the second female permanent representative of my country to this august body, I am honored to work alongside so many female diplomats. I respect and admire their accomplishments and contributions to multilateralism for the impact that they can have on the lives of all people in the hemisphere. Chair, as we have heard from the all-female panel today, we must continue to support women's careers in diplomacy and their advocacy advocacy for greater gender equality. In many spaces, we need fairer recruitment practices, mentoring and coaching throughout the different stages of our career, and policymakers must embed diversity, equality, and inclusion in the Foreign Service. Chair, we women in diplomacy are an inspiration to generations of young girls, the women of the future. We embody the idea of equality. I should have said, we embody the idea of equality. Let us continue to create the pathways to empower tomorrow's women in leadership roles. We have so much more to contribute to the field of diplomacy. I thank you, Chair.
Passo a palavra.
St. Kitts and Nevis is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair. Today, we join the global community in celebrating the International Day of Women in Diplomacy, a day that recognizes the achievements, resilience, and the vital contributions of women who have shaped and continue to shape international relations and peace building across the globe. My delegation extends thanks to the distinguished presenters and speakers who have not only shared their insights, but have, through their words and their works, exemplified excellence in diplomacy. Together, as women diplomats, our service has not only advanced the interests of our respective nations, but has also provided a living demonstration of commitment, merit, resolve, and the transformative power of inclusive representation in global affairs. Today's commemoration holds deep significance, not just in honoring trailblazers in diplomacy, but in illuminating a path for the next generation. To the future female diplomats viewing today and who will view in the future, your aspirations are valid, your voices are needed, and your place in the diplomatic arena has already been prepared by women of strength, wisdom, and vision who walked before you. It is our combined responsibility as male and female diplomats to foster an international community where diplomacy reflects the full richness of human potential, one that champions equity, inclusion, and the indispensable role of women at every table where decisions are made. In so doing today, we would represent both a tribute and a torch, honoring female diplomats who have led and lighting the way for those yet to come. Thank you.
Passo a palavra.
Guatemala is recognized. Please go ahead. Thank you, Chair. My delegation is grateful for the valuable presentations from the panelists in the framework of commemorating the International Day of Women in Diplomacy. This brings us together to reflect and recognize the cross-cutting role that women play in consolidating peace, defending human rights, and strengthening multilateralism. Almost 4 years since the adoption of the resolution from the UNGA establishing June 24th as the official date for this commemoration, we observe that we still face challenges. According to the report on women, peace, and security, the UN General Secretariat published in September 2024, women represented 9.6% of negotiating parties, 13.7% of mediators, and 27% of signatories of peace processes. And these figures reflect participation, which, though it's growing, is still lacking. In the framework of the OAS, the contribution of female diplomats has been fundamental in defending democratic values and promoting sustainable equality through visionary leadership, allowing us to drive significant changes to promote inclusive policies and ensure effective integration of a gender perspective at many different decision-making levels. We also note the recent election of the ASG. This was historic. We only had female candidates, and it went hand in hand with the election of Laura Hill as the first woman to hold this high-level position. This is an important milestone in female representation and strengthens the OAS's commitment to equity and equality in leadership positions in line with the recommendations 40 on gender equality and on eliminating all forms of discrimination against women. Similarly, the Inter-American Committee on Women continues to play a fundamental role in promoting women's rights in the continent. Its annual report underscores substantial milestones in technical assistance, strengthening capacities, and the mainstreaming of an equality approach to public policies. We particularly mention the initiative for drafting the model law on parity, which was designed in collaboration with the Guatemalan government and other states to ensure parity in representation in political and public life in our region. Today, we express our sincere recognition to the female ambassadors and colleagues from permanent missions of this organization for their tireless work, their vision, and professionalism as they strengthen our organization and nourish our diplomacy and practice with their new perspectives. And we take advantage of this moment to congratulate female diplomats of the Americas who carry out many different roles in foreign service with excellence and strengthen the presence of our region on the global stage and promote strong, robust values for more inclusive policies on behalf of all. Guatemala reiterates its commitment to transformative, inclusive, equitable diplomacy and democracy, and we know that full female participation is indispensable to moving forward toward a fairer, more representative, and united hemisphere. Thank you very much. Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, Excellencies. My delegation is honored to join other member states in marking the International Day of Women in Diplomacy. Today is not only a celebration, it's also a moment of recognition and reflection. We honor the countless women who have shaped the course of diplomacy across generations with resilience, skill, and a profound commitment to peace and cooperation. My delegation extends sincere appreciation to the esteemed speakers for their insightful presentations. In particular, we thank the permanent missions of Brazil, the Dominican Republic, and Mexico for bringing together such distinguished experts to shed light on the vital contributions of women in diplomacy. These presentations remind us that history is full of women who have opened doors and laid the foundation for future generations of diplomats, often with little recognition. Their stories matter, and they encourage us to do better. As part of the CARICOM family, Suriname proudly acknowledges the many remarkable women from our region who continue to lead at the highest levels, from foreign ministers to those working diligently behind the scenes. Yet, we must also acknowledge that barriers persist. Women, especially women of color, and from small states, continue to face systematic challenges and a crystal ceiling that is often invisible but deeply felt. From unequal access to leadership positions, to balancing family responsibilities in a demanding profession, these challenges cannot be overlooked. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, Suriname remains committed to fostering a diplomatic culture that is inclusive and empowering. We believe that diplomacy must reflect the diversity of our peoples and that real progress comes when women are not only present, but fully supported, respected, and empowered to lead. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Haiti is recognized. Thank you, Chair. My delegation would like to thank you for including commemoration of the International Day of Women in Diplomacy on today's order of business of the Permanent Council, and we echo the other member states that have saluted the contribution of women to diplomacy, as well as the pioneers who have forged the path ahead. Women and girls are the half of the world's population and therefore the half of its potential. Female leadership, expertise, and priorities are often issues that lead to results. And we have discussed this in the Bolivar room at the OAS with my female colleagues. Haitian diplomacy recognizes bold, skilled, and inspiring women who have marked their era and improved the world for others. Within our organization, we face humanitarian crises, democratic challenges, other crises, as well as the fight for human rights. Women are at the heart of our actions and necessary if we are to and therefore we must increase women in the political process and diplomacy in order to achieve equality in a context of well-entrenched discrimination. We must reflect the diversity of our populations, but women also provide more informed policies on behalf of our citizens. And part of the sad reality is that violence against female politicians continues to be an issue and undermines progress toward equality. Not only does this attack the fundamental rights of women, it is also a serious threat to female participation in the political process. It creates a hostile environment that dissuades women from a life in politics or expressing their opinion, that ends their ability to fully contribute to society. The time has come to recognize and celebrate the way that women break down glass ceilings in diplomacy. Today, we dedicate the day to women in diplomacy, and it invites all of us to strengthen female leadership and promote it. We also salute the first female ASG of the OAS, Her Excellency Laura Hill, and our organization must continue to promote women and encourage any initiative or movement that is inclusive and promotes interaction to strengthen the capacity of women. Women are an indispensable tenet of sustainable development among nations. For my country, which is living through a particularly difficult period, women's participation in conflict resolution, multilateral diplomacy, and efforts for national reconstruction is essential. I am also very proud to be the first female representative of my country in this August organization, and I hope I am not the last. We are forging the path ahead for other women, as Haitian women are strong, invincible, brave, and they will work on behalf of all of our society. That is, they are pillars of resilience. To all the female diplomats here and around the world, once again, we thank you. You are building bridges and peace. We express our pride and deep recognition for your commitment, professionalism, vision, and courage. Thank you very much. Trinidad and Tobago is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. My delegation is pleased to join with other delegations in commemorating this very significant day. Gender equality is of utmost importance to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and we are proud of the 3 women at the helm who hold the positions of Head of State, Head of Government, and Leader of the Opposition, Her Excellency Christine Kangaloo, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, and the Honorable Penelope Beckles, respectively. Though recognition is not always given, women have made invaluable contributions in the field of diplomacy and leadership, and particularly in multilateral diplomacy. Unfortunately, gender inequality in leadership and the need for greater representation of women in diplomatic roles, such as negotiations and mediation, are still ever present. While enormous strides have been made, one such example is evident in this very organization when we recently witnessed a historic moment with a woman ascending to the second most important leadership position in this organization. Much still needs to be done despite global commitments to gender equality. We would all agree that women's leadership styles and expertise contribute to more inclusive and effective decision-making, which is much needed, especially in the current global environment. The commemoration of this day is welcomed as we continue in the efforts to promote gender equality in diplomatic spaces and encourage more women to join the diplomatic service. Before I conclude, Chair, it would be remiss of my delegation not to make mention of the role of SIM and their efforts in elevating women in various spheres. Chair, I thank you.
Passo a palavra à delegação de Santa Lúcia.
St. Lucia has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my delegation expresses its appreciation to all the delegations who requested the inclusion of this item on today's agenda, and we thank you for obliging. We also thank the esteemed female panelists for their contributions. Chair, St. Lucia is honored to join this commemoration for the International Day of Women in Diplomacy, a day that recognizes and celebrates the immeasurable contributions of women to peace, security, development, and multilateral cooperation across the globe. We pay homage to the women who have paved the way, salute those who are leading today, and foresee great things from the ones who will take the reins tomorrow. No longer seen as a man's domain, global diplomacy now has the added advantage of the female perspective. From climate talks and multilateral dialogue to peace negotiations and nuclear disarmament, women are transforming diplomacy with the emphasis on preventative diplomacy, peace building, collaboration, and social inclusion. They are leading peace initiatives with sensitivity and firmness. They are inspiring solutions that are more sustainable and inclusive. And they are championing human rights, ensuring that the voices of the most vulnerable are represented. St. Lucia stands proudly among the nations of the Americas that continue to advocate for gender equality and women's leadership in public life. Our foreign service, like those of many sister states, has benefited greatly from the strength, vision, and integrity of women diplomats, past and present, who have represented our interests with excellence and dignity on the world stage. We salute the many women at all levels of the inter-American system who contribute daily to the advancement of our hemisphere. We applaud the work of the Inter-American Commission on Women in advocating for gender parity and equality in all spheres of public life. And we commend fellow member states for electing the first female Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, sending a strong message to the world and to women and girls everywhere that the OAS does not just advocate for, but more importantly, practices gender parity at its highest levels. Chair, as we pause today to reflect on the significant presence that women have gained globally in the field of diplomacy, let us also heed the call to action that this day represents, a call to remedy the underrepresentation of women in top diplomatic roles, a call to remember that diplomacy is most effective, most inclusive, and most enduring when it fully reflects the societies it seeks to serve. And this means ensuring that women are not only present at the diplomatic table, but they are empowered, respected, and heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peru has the floor. Mr. Chairman, Peru commends the commemoration of the International Day of Women in Diplomacy on the 24th of June. Right now, a third of the diplomatic service in Peru is made up of women. As for the 21st century, 3 women are ministers in the Republic. The most recently is our next to the last minister under the current government. In Peru, this situation reflects a more far-reaching reality. Article 2 and 2 of our Constitution stipulates that all people have the right to equality before the law. Nobody should be discriminated against because of sex. This is not a dead letter. In Peru today, the majority of highest public posts are carried out by women. 2 of the 3 branches of the state are chaired by women, the executive and the judiciary branch. The same thing happens with the Constitutional Tribunal and the Public Ministry or the Prosecutor's Office. These are pillars of our administration of justice. In Peru, participation of women in diplomacy and in public life in general sends off a clear message to the new generations and that their leadership is possible and welcome because of professional capacity and their personal commitment for their own ambitions. Thank you very much. I give the floor to the Permanent Observer, Spain. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank you for putting this item on the agenda of the declaration that has been brought before this Permanent Council to celebrate the International Day of Women in Diplomacy. This is an opportunity that gives us a chance to go back and express on behalf of Spain, from our feminist foreign policy, our undeniable commitment to feminism, the agenda of equal, the fight against violence against women, and the upholding of rights of women. The General Assembly of the United Nations, only a few years ago in 2022, established this day as an International Day of Women in Diplomacy. To celebrate breaks the myth of invisibility of women, and it recognizes the contribution of women to the diplomatic life and activities and promotes full-fledged equal participation, which has meaning when it comes to international decisions taken. Spain, as I say, has spearheaded an active policy which is feminist, and in the OAS this translates into, in addition to other issues, in support to the Inter-American Ambition on Women of member states and projects which are iconic, such as electoral participation or drafting the Inter-American Model Law for Parity, which was born from the spearheading of these women and which is a hallmark and a milestone for democracy. Gender equality is still a big challenge for all mankind, and it spurs us on in this multilateral forum in the OAS to do things. And just like to deal with global challenges, it's not enough to be siloed. We have to have solidarity, multilateralism, cooperation. And let me also underscore the need for feminism. Equality is an ethic demand for democracy. It's not just enough to have general neutral policies that speak about women, that overlooks girls, children, and women. It's not valid to have any policy in which women do not participate, that don't have a gender perspective, and that don't bear in mind a differentiated look. Only in this way can you overcome inequity on the planet, and particularly on the continent. The OAS, with the leadership of the SIM, is a driving force for equality, humanization, and the deep-seated mandate of equality and parity, which are open ways for the future that Spain adheres to since '58, when Costa Rica was the first woman to have Angela Brown, the first representative in the OAS. The OAS has made progress, and this room is a proof of that first woman. And as I say, the task is not yet finished. There's a lot of ground to be covered, and we have to move towards equality. Gender equality and feminism is an imperative for diplomacy. It's imperative for peace, democracy, human rights, freedom, social justice, and progress and the dignity of all humankind. Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to the observer country, France. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen alike, colleagues, I'm very happy as a permanent ambassador observer to be part of this day, International Day of Women in Diplomacy, commemorated every day on the 24th of June. I would also like to commend the election of the first Assistant Secretary General, Laura Gil, here at the organization. France would like to say that feminist policy is one of our foreign policies, and we have our first international strategy that was launched for feminist diplomacy. This is a participatory process with more than 200 international national partners, and this strategy establishes a very clear-cut, ambitious program for women in the heart of our foreign policy. Feminist diplomacy also is within France's commitment in favor of multilateralism, which is strong and efficient or effective. And the voice of women is necessary in the United Nations and in all fora. Women should be able to play their essential role in the negotiation process and mediation moves. And that is why France supports in the OAS all the activities of the SIM, and particularly the training of candidates who are women and framework and autonomy of women. Feminist diplomacy is very active within the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Europe through a professional, equal participation with all players. And this is a sine qua non part of our policy, one which is highly supported. Suzanne Duren is part of the ministry since 1930 in France, and in 1970 she was the first ambassador to Panama, and in 86 was the first female in Paris. And after that, the ministry looked for more equality, professional equality, and particularly in the Diplomatics Association, which was established in 2008. The ministry increased the number of women in higher posts, moving from 34% to 48 some odd percent in 24, and 28 are ambassadors in 2022. So today we're 36 some odd percent, and in favor of professional equality between men and women between 2024 to 2026. We have put in place other policies, and we have about 6 axes: valorization of the place of women in the ministry itself, and better treatment of sexual violence in private cases, and guarantee access to posts, research of salary equality, balance in professional life, and better integration of women, more ambitious governments with a view to having equality at all levels and in all the necessary processes, looking at a culture of ongoing equality. France is fully committed in favor of equality over the long run to improve our commitment in this area and within the framework of its own external policy or foreign policy. In 2025, it created the next conference for feminine diplomacy in Mexico in the next year. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As I have no request for the floor, we suggest that the Permanent Council take due note of presentations and interventions carried out around this commemoration, which will appear in the minutes of this session. If there are no objections, it is so agreed. As our next topic, we will move on to consider the report on the activities of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development for the period 2024 to 2025, distributed under document CD/Doc 453/25 Rev 3. To this end, I offer the floor to the President of CD, or the Chair, that is to say, the Permanent Representative of St. Vincent of the Grenadines. Ambassador Gilchrist, you have the floor.
Chair of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Benoni Belli, Permanent Representative of Brazil, distinguished permanent representatives, alternate representatives, permanent observers. Good morning. Chair, I am pleased to address the Permanent Council in my capacity as Chair of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, CD, and to advise that the CD annual report has been approved by member states for onward transmission to the General Assembly. The report spans the period July 2024 to June 2025 and chronicles the activities of the Council, its subsidiary bodies, and those of the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development. The report also outlines some of the many successes recorded by the Secretariat for Integral Development, which has worked arduously over the past year to ensure that programs and projects are realized to the benefit of the citizens of all member states. SEDI has been able to overcome the many challenges to its full capacity for executing its mandate by pursuing strategic partnerships and cooperation, and this has resulted in a successful year of work overall. Member states are invited to peruse the report for the pertinent details. Chair, we cannot overstate the fact that all of the member states represented at this Permanent Council today have been positively impacted by the work of the CD and its Executive Secretariat during the course of the past year. Chair, delegations may recall that in accordance with Resolution CP Doc 6092/25 Rev 2, reaffirmation of mandates and the establishment of a mandate management mechanism approved by the Permanent Council and the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, this year's General Assembly will not consider any new mandates. As such, the annual CD Omnibus resolution was not negotiated. In lieu of this, CD Resolution CD Doc 454/25 Rev 3 was approved by Member States and will be submitted to the General Assembly. We thank the members of the various subsidiary bodies of CD and the Inter-American Committees for their leadership during the year. I would like to especially recognize Ambassador Luz Elena Baños, Chair of the Management Board of the Inter-American Agency for Cooperation and Development, IACD, Ambassador Alejandra Solano Cabalceta, Chair of the Inter-American Committee on Migratory Affairs, CAM, and Mr. Sebastián Fonseca, Chair of the Committee on Partnership for Development Policies, COP. I convey my sincere gratitude to all delegations here present for your contribution to the dialogue. I assure you that your participation in the meetings of the CD has added great value to the dialogue on the development agenda in the region and will certainly contribute to finding the solutions that we collectively seek to address existing and emerging challenges. Finally, Mr. Chairman, my delegation places on record our gratitude to Executive Secretary Kim Osborne, the directors, and the staff of the Secretariat for their dedication and hard work, and congratulates them on the steadfastness with which they carry out their role in spearheading programs and activities that underpin the pillars of democracy, security, and human rights, on which the integral development of our hemisphere stands. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Gilchrist. I would like to give the floor to those delegations that might like to make comments on the report presented. I'd like to give the floor to Costa Rica. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished permanent representatives, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my delegation wishes to express its most sincere gratitude to the outgoing presidency of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, Ambassador Luann Gilchrist, permanent representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for her leadership during the final semester. Her management has been crucial for strengthening of the mechanisms of hemispheric cooperation and the advancement of the comprehensive development agenda in our region. As Vice Chair of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development during the second half of 2024 and as outgoing presidency or chair of the Committee on Migration Affairs, we would like to reiterate our commitment to the Inter-American system and particularly to the pillars of the OAS's work. During our presidency in charge of the CAM, we have sought to strengthen it as a strategic base for political technical dialogue, cooperation, and regional coordination when it comes to human mobility, thus promoting an approach focused on human rights and shared but differentiated responsibility. And therefore, we successfully organized 3 thematic sessions of utmost relevance. The first of them dealt with the environment and international migration, addressing the effects of climate change on migratory patterns in the region. The second on migratory governance, a session in which we had the distinguished participation of representatives of various key regional mechanisms, such as the MIRPS and Quito process, the South American Conference on Migration, and Cartagena Plus 40, in a frank and very productive exchange. Finally, in the month of women, we celebrated in the month of March a thematic session on migrant women, girls, and adolescents, incorporating differentiated approaches to protection with a gender perspective. At that session, we had the Minister of Women's Reality or Condition, Minister Quesada, here, and we truly appreciate her contributions during that exchange of best practices. Additionally, and attesting to our commitment to institutional strengthening, we achieved the adoption of significant improvements in the working methods of CAM's work, including the systematic participation of specialized regional processes in thematic sessions, and the institutionalization of annual monitoring and feedback sessions to ensure transparency, accountability, continuity, and strategic planning for better management of scarce resources. During our chairmanship, we promoted inclusive dialogue with a comprehensive, balanced, and technical approach to human mobility, considering both the challenges and opportunities it represents for countries of the region, transit, destination, and return, and always with a gender, cross-cutting, and human rights approach. These important achievements would not have been possible without the constant support of the Technical Secretariat exercised by the Department of Social Inclusion of the OAS and SETI, and the commitment of member states, in particular the two vice chairs exercised by Colombia and Haiti, and of course my own team at the mission, particularly Mrs. Minister Counselor, who accompanied me during the entire process of the chairmanship with a lot of proactivity and enthusiasm. The work and collective commitment show that through respective dialogue and cooperation, we can build effective and humane responses to the challenges facing our region, including human mobility. Mr. Chairman, as an expression of our commitment, unshakable commitment to multilateralism, democracy, respect, and promotion of human rights, we would like to inform this permanent council as to our interest in occupying one of the chairs of the board of the Inter-American Agency for Cooperation and Development, which was chaired during this time by Ambassador Baños, who was impeccable in her work, and we'd like to commend her and congratulate her for her leadership to the board of this very important agency for cooperation and development in the region. We hope to have the support of all of you for the election of Costa Rica to occupy this space, which is vacant for the next term. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to the delegation of Mexico. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mexico truly appreciates the presentation of the annual report from CD 2024-2025, carried out by Ambassador Luan Gilchrist, permanent representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and chair of CD. My country has the integral pillar as one of its main points to succeed in eliminating poverty and inequalities, which is contained in the Charter of the OAS. In this context, and Mexico has spearheaded actions favoring, strengthening CD, and truly appreciates support from delegations to spur on more strengthening from high-level talks, diplomatic activities, and the adoption of measures for greater visibility and effective work and position in the structure of the OAS. In this commitment, in November 2024, Mexico took on the chairmanship of the informal advisory mechanism within the framework of the Committee on Policies that adjusted the work plan to implement Resolution 3015 to continue to spear ahead and strengthen CD, approved in 2024 at the General Assembly of the OAS in Asunción. We truly appreciate the support from all member states that allowed us to strike a consensus with regards to the aforementioned work plan that was adjusted so as to extend the mechanism's work and to commemorate in 2026 the 30th anniversary of the CD's establishment, as referred to in paragraphs 2 and 3 of the draft resolution, spearheading hemispheric initiatives when it comes to integral development 445 Rev 2, approved by CD on the 13th of June, and which we are considering today. Mr. Chairman, my country would like to recognize the very important leadership carried out by the two chairs occupied by women in CD. The chair of St. Kitts and Nevis and ambassador from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as well as underscore the very deep-seated commitment and leadership of the Executive Secretary, Kim Osborne, and her team with whom she works. The contributions of Secretary Osborne are an example of the civil servants that strengthen the OAS, underscore their priorities, and make sure that multilateralism really serves people in our region. Mexico believes that since its establishment 30 years ago, CD continues to play a very strategic role in the Americas so that we can have just, equitable, inclusive, and sustainable development as established in the OAS Charter. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dominican Republic has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I take the floor right now to thank you for the presentation and thank the ambassadors who guided the work of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, CD, during the second half of 2024 and the first part of 2025. The work that has been carried out during this time has crystallized CD with great dynamism and with the participation of everyone in specialized areas. And it fulfills the mandates that emerge from the ministerial resolutions. We truly appreciate and value all of the topics chosen by each president with physical activity to promote trade and regional integration with a view to spurring on economic growth and building equitable, inclusive communities in the Americas, thus broadening access and opportunities for everyone. Because we understand that in addition to the current things, these are crucial for the development of our countries. Mr. Chairman, the Dominican Republic has expressed its support to the draft resolution sparing hemispheric activities for integral development, which we hope will be approved at the General Assembly. In wrapping up, then, I would like to deeply thank and congratulate the chairs and vice chairs of the subsidiary bodies of CD. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I don't see any further requests for the floor. And so we extend our congratulations to the chair of CD, as well as the chairs of the subsidiary groups and the executive secretary for integral development for the results achieved during this period. I suggest that the Permanent Council take note of the CD report and forward that to the General Assembly along with the observations from member states. Similarly, I would like to ask the Permanent Council if we can now agree on the text of the draft resolution entitled Promoting Hemispheric Initiatives in Integral Development presented by CD and contain a document CD/doc.454 Rev 3 to submit it for consideration at the 55th regular period of sessions of the General Assembly. If there are no objections, it is hereby agreed. Moving on to item 6. As chair of the General Committee, I am now honored to present the report on activities conducted by the committee in the period from March to June 2025, distributed as document CP/CG 2143/25. Over the last 6 months, the committee has moved forward decisively in pursuing its mandates from the Permanent Council pursuant to the working plan adopted on March 26, and I'd like to particularly highlight 3 areas of work that guided our efforts. First of all, pursuant to Resolution 1275, the committee carried out a participative process to review processes and methods for the Permanent Council, and this was based on a proposal presented by the delegations of Antigua, Barbuda, Bolivia, and Brazil, and subject to many formal and informal meetings. The agreed-upon text contained a document CP/CG-2139. The Secretary General is cutting me off. This text contained in document CP/CG-2139/25 Rev 7 contains reforms and a series of articles to the Rules of Procedure, and it was duly submitted to the Permanent Council, which adopted it by consensus, and these reforms are already incorporated in the updated version of the Rules of Procedure. Second, the committee considered the annual reports of 6 bodies, organizations, and entities of the Inter-American System: the Inter-American Institute for Children and Adolescents, the Pan-American Institute for Geography and History, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation for Agriculture, the Inter-American Commission for Telecoms, PAHO, and the Inter-American Commission on Women. These presentations were enriched with meaningful comments from member states and observations to be forwarded to the Permanent Council through a report on activities of the committee pursuant to Article 91F of the OAS Charter. 3. The committee agreed on a draft resolution entitled Addressing the Serious Mental Health Crisis in the Americas, presented by the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda. The text was the result of a constructive negotiation process, which included informal and bilateral consultations and meetings. It expresses the collective commitment to promoting mental health as a regional priority and will be submitted for consideration to the General Assembly. Similarly, and pursuant to the recommendation from the CAP, the General Committee heard a presentation from the Secretary General on the use of technological tools for automatically cutting off microphones and electronic voting. Therefore, it agreed to recommend to the Permanent Council that it implement those tools immediately, and that was adopted by this Council. To conclude, thank you very much to all of the delegations for the spirit of openness, dialogue, and cooperation that we saw during the first cycle of sessions for 2025. I would also like to thank the Secretariat of the General Committee, the Secretariat of Legal Affairs, the staff from the Permanent Council Secretariat, and the technical team and conferences team for their valuable support. Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor now to delegations that would like to refer to the report that was just presented. If there are no requests for the floor, DR. Thank you very much, Chair. The Dominican Republic would like to thank you for your work carried out at the helm of the General Committee, particularly for your performance in drafting this report. And we also recognize your leadership and asking that the states work for the modifications to the rules of procedure of the Permanent Council that we achieved, as well as your efforts to implement the electronic voting system. This was adopted with success at the heart of the committee. We also underscore the reports from the various bodies, organizations, and entities which have been identified in Article 91F of the OAS Charter. It's timely also to note the work conducted hand-in-hand with the Antigua and Barbuda delegation in the framework of the General Committee for the draft resolution addressing the serious mental health crisis in the Americas. This was brought today for consideration by the Permanent Council, and we are certain it will be adopted at the GA. Chair, to conclude, I would like to reiterate the gratitude of my delegation to you and the entire team behind you for the diligent, efficient management at the helm of the General Committee. I would also like to note that this is your last session as Chair of the Permanent Council, and thank you very much for your leadership at the helm of this very important body of the organization. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your generous words, Ambassador. I now suggest that the Permanent Council take note of the report from the General Committee and forward that to the General Assembly, along with the observations from member states, that is the DR. Similarly, I would like to ask the Permanent Council if we can agree on the text of the draft resolution entitled Addressing the Serious Mental Health Crisis in the Americas, presented by the General Committee and contained in document CP/CG-2137/25 Rev 10, in order to submit it for consideration at the 55th regular period of sessions of the General Assembly. If there is no objection, it is hereby agreed. Agreed. The next item will be consideration of the report on the activities of the CAP for the period 2024 to 2025, and therefore I give the floor to the chair of the CAJP, the permanent representative of Guatemala, Ambassador Escobar. I give you the floor. Thank you very much, Chair, distinguished Secretary General, ASG, permanent representatives, observers, delegations. As the chair of the CAJP, I'm delighted to speak before this honorable council to present the calendar of activities for 2024-2025 And that report was previously distributed with the classification CP/CAJP-3071/25 and considered by the CAJP on the 29th of May. I was elected by this permanent council as chair of the CAJP on the 24th of July, 2024, and on that same day, I asked the CAJP to send its resolutions for the GA on the three major topics under its responsibility, that is human rights, democracy, and international law. Pursuant to the document distributed on mandates for 2024 to 2025. Similarly, as noted in Articles 16 and 18 of the Rules of Procedure of the Permanent Council, the CAJP has the following responsibilities. According to Article 17, it must study the topics related to legal and political affairs sent to it by the Permanent Council, and in this sense, during the period, we did not receive any requests. Additionally, in light of Article 18, the CAJP is responsible for considering reports from the Inter-American Juridical Committee, the Inter-American Committee on Human Rights, and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, referred to in Article 91F of the OAS Charter. It must also send to the Permanent Council its reports and observations and recommendations, as well as corresponding draft resolutions. With regard to this, I'd like to inform you that based on this article, the CAJP received 3 reports from those entities, as well as the report from the Center of Studies of Justice of the Americas, CEJA, that was sent to it by the Permanent Council as part of its mandate. For consideration of these 4 reports, the CAJP received the authorities of each of the bodies, and they made their respective presentations to the CAJP and member states. They presented their observations and recommendations, and these are an integral part of those reports and included in our report of activities for the CAJP, which will be sent to the General Assembly. During the period 2024 to 2025, the CAJP held a total of 20 meetings. Of these, 13 were regular and 7 were special events, which also included 4 special sessions. We also had a thematic session, a follow-up session, and 2 training courses. In this report, you can see that each topic considered is identified with the date of the session in which it was discussed at the CAJP. And we also include the electronic links for draft orders of business, agendas, concept notes, reports, as well as summaries as appropriate. At the criteria of this chair, I'd like to note that we still fulfill all of the mandates contained in the Rules of Procedure of the Permanent Council within our abilities, and we are fulfilling the mandates assigned to us by the GA. And we saw detail on the fulfillment of each mandate, which is included in the report for 2024 to 2025. Similarly, we identify the mandates that must be reincorporated in the upcoming working plan for the CAJP. This is because the parties responsible for that did not have the time or the resources necessary in order to fulfill those mandates. We also note some mandates that were fulfilled by the CAJP but require follow-up by the Permanent Council. I have expressly noted this with the aim of facilitating work for the upcoming chair of the CAJP. I'd like to underscore the proposals of the voluntary group of monitoring the Democratic Charter to strengthen democracy in the hemisphere, as well as the proposed mechanism for systematizing information in the framework of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Dear colleagues, as chair, I recognize the importance of taking part in mechanisms for managing mandates stemming from the General Secretariat and driven by the Permanent Council, pursuant to the draft resolution reiterating mandates and a mechanism for managing mandates, which was sent to the GA plenary for adoption. Against this backdrop, I would like to inform you that review of the proposal from the SAF is already underway. That is on regard to the status of these mandates and that under our responsibility, international law, human rights, and democracy. They must be addressed for the upcoming leadership of the Commission. During this mandate, we held high-level technical and legal dialogue over the majority of these topics and their impact on the populations of the Americas. And we have also had outstanding participation from experts in these areas. Also, participation from members of the Inter-American legal system, Inter-American human rights system, and the IACHR. From the Inter-American Commission on Women, the Inter-American Institute of Children and Adolescents, the Center for Studies on Justice of the Americas, and in the framework of protection from UNHCR, the Red Cross, the Working Group for Studying National Reports laid out in the San Salvador Protocol, the Committee for the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities, among other stakeholders, as well as UN civil servants. Finally, we have some recommendations drafted by the chair that may serve as a supporter guide for future chairs of the CAJP. These suggestions are a detailed reflection based on observations of how the CAJP operates, and they are important for strengthening its efficiency. To conclude, Chair, I would like to express my gratitude to the delegations of the member states of this organization for their dedication and participation in regular sessions and special events. The Vice Chair of the CAJP, First Vice Chair, Minister Jose Roberto Rodriguez Bustamante, alternate representative of Peru, and Second Vice Chair, First Secretary Matt Agustin, alternate representative of Canada. Also, thank you very much to all of the authorities, the General Secretariat of all bodies of this organization, particularly the Department of International Law and others. Thank you very much to the Secretary of the Committee and the advisor, Rosa Maria Alguera, and the entire Guatemalan team at the OAS. Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to the delegations that would like to refer to that report. Mexico is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. We take due note of the report presented by the chair of the CAJP, Ambassador Claudia Escobar, who included for consideration and adoption by the Permanent Council the proposed mechanism for systematizing information in the framework of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, as well as proposals for strengthening democracy in the hemisphere in line with the OAS Charter and the Inter-American Democratic Charter, stemming from the mandate of Resolution 3029 of the General Assembly 2024. With regard to all of this, my delegation would like to state that both of these proposals contained in the report and already mentioned by the chair do not yet have consensus from member states. Therefore, I would like to ask, as is logical, that the chair of the Permanent Council send both of them once again to the CAJP with the aim of continuing to review the necessary aspects in order to eventually implement them and to ensure that we have the opportunity to enrich them with contributions and the vision of the team that will be working with the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy at the OAS. Thank you very much, Chair. The Dominican Republic is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. Just a few brief words to express our gratitude to Ambassador Escobar for her presentation of the report of the activities of the CAJP for 2024-2025, and we take due note of that report, as well as thank you very much for her exemplary leadership at the helm of the Commission. Your chair has been a clear reflection of the professionalism, dedication, and strategic vision that you have shown throughout this period. The CAJP not only fulfilled all of its mandates and regulations, it also was able to project itself as a space for technical and political leadership, a constructive role on some of the most pertinent roles for strengthening the rule of law, human rights, democracy, and international law in our hemisphere. I can't forget to mention the Guatemalan delegation's work in showing its human worth and professionalism since the very beginning of the working sessions. They turned this into a space for building bridges and strengthening confidence and trust between colleagues in a spirit of teamwork, which certainly had a positive impact on the ambiance of the CAJP. Thank you very much for your dedication, Ambassador. Thank you to your entire team, and we celebrate your achievements. Thank you very much. We would like to extend our congratulations to the chair of the CAJP and the members of the CAJP, as well as the Secretary for Legal Affairs, particularly the Department of International Law. Thank you very much, and congratulations for your achievements during this period. I suggest that the Permanent Council take note of the report and send the suggestions as suggested by Mexico back to the CAJP in order to conclude study on those proposals. And that said, we take note of the report from the CAJP and send them to the GA along with observations from member states. If there is no objection, it is hereby agreed. Agreed. The next item on the order of business will be consideration of the report on activities of the CAP for the period 2024 to 2025. Therefore, I give the floor to the chair of the CAP, the permanent representative of Chile, Ambassador Kraljevic. I give you the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. The CAP has already distributed the document CP/CAP-4102/25 Rev 1, and I'm not going to read it out in the interest of time, but I would like to invite the delegations to closely review it, because the tasks carried out by the CAP, Chair, in particular, the fiscal monitoring, the studying the budget, unlike other bodies in which we've already heard the reports, the value of the CAP does not lie in the CAP itself. It rather builds its value because it is useful in that it serves the substance of what we're able to do with democracy, development, multinational security, and other areas. And so with that in mind, Chair, the CAP will provide a summary of our activity, and I invite you all to read the full report. The CAP has two working groups, one responsible for the technical review of the budget, and that is with the vice chair of from Guatemala and Argentina, and the audit committee, for example, which assists the political bodies of the organization in issues related to improving their management and use of time, for example, with the microphones. And we also have the monitoring group that looks at potential loans from the advisory. And a month ago, we informed the council that it seems that unfortunately we will soon need to turn to that if the member states do not abide by their responsibility of paying their quotes. And we know that this is more pressing than ever now. The other working group works on reviewing OAS programming, and it's chaired by Canada and Brazil, and it has carried out a comparative exercise looking at other international organizations and how they proceed with investigations in handling disciplinary cases with regard to the General Secretariat and authorities, and looking at a lack of standards in various organizations, as well as terms of reference for competitive hiring processes, as well as benefits, insurance, and other items for OAS staff. Along with those working groups, the CAP as a whole has held 28 sessions in the last 6 months and a series of activities that are detailed in the report, but I would like just to share the most relevant of them. 1, the efforts to improve the tools for mandates. We have been able to contribute to that process. 2, facilitating the institutional transition between the leaderships of the Secretary General. And of course, we saw the nomination process and the voting process. 3, moving forward in building consensus in issues that have been put off for a long time without a real fixed solution. And we've been able to make some progress here, looking at how we can responsibly handle our real estate. 4, we also designed a response from the member states to the specific funds crisis. 5, the CAP agreed before this council did to work on monitoring the quotas for up to 2028, and thus we are looking at institutional stability and how countries can work to plan their financing. And 6, perhaps the most well-known role of the CAP, the budget execution. We sought to strike a very delicate balance between two things. Internally, the transition process as we change leadership, and external, a context that is particularly challenging for multilateral organizations in general, not just the OAS, but certainly also including us. Thus, the CAP led to a mixed design that is to define as soon as possible the national quotas to facilitate fulfilling this commitment by states as soon as possible for 2026. This is an issue that, due to lack of cash flow, is very critical in order to ensure the existence of this OAS, as well as holding sessions for the 15th of October, where we will be addressing all of the loose ends with the budget. And that is the idea, for example, of the overall budget and the regular fund budget for 2026. This is the document that, according to the order of business, will be addressed and considered by this Permanent Council later today. The CAP has a long list of challenges, but I would like to summarize them in 3. On July 1st, we will begin the month in which the states have agreed on the new structuring of the General Secretariat. And this is a key process. We need to keep this in mind as we think of the structure as a means to do the best in our 4 pillars. 2, perhaps the most dramatic, is the need to fulfill the lengthy process for creating a management software, which is necessary for any organization for 2026, and this is the infamous OAS Core. And as you know, this has been a real challenge and an example of many different shortcomings. And 3, we must progressively move toward a pattern of avoiding micromanagement, and we look at the speed with which the delegations are able to build trust. And so we close the report noting that these results that I just shared are the fruit of a collective effort between the SAF, the Department of Conferences, the Department of Legal Services, the vice chairs, who I already mentioned, the work of the Secretariat, and the commitment of all the delegations. And they have been very collaborative and creative as we take on these challenges. Particularly, I'd like to underscore the role of my country. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to the delegations that would like to refer to the report that was just presented. If there are no requests for the floor, we express our congratulations to the chair of the CAP and the vice chairs as well, and the chairs of the working groups and members of the CAP, as well as the SAF and Department of Legal Services for their achievements during this period. And I suggest that the Permanent Council take note of the CAP report and forward that to the General Assembly. Similarly, I would like to ask the Permanent Council if we can agree on the text of the draft resolution entitled Financing the Program Budget of the Organization for 2026 and convening a special period of sessions of the GA to consider and adopt the program budget for 2026, presented by the CAP and contained in document CP/CAP-4083/25 Rev 13, in order to submit it for consideration by the 55th regular period of sessions of the General Assembly. If there are no objections, it is hereby agreed. Agreed. The next item will be the report. Bahamas.
Bahamas, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. I guess it's probably a procedural matter, and we could probably relieve the angst of all. Having regard to our diplomatic note dated April 24th, whereas we advised of a number of items that we'd wish to include in the agenda for the 55th session. One of those items was a special General Assembly to consider the 2026 program budget. So procedurally, we'd like to withdraw that request, having regard to the resolution that has just been presented for consideration of the General Assembly. My delegation will be forwarding a note to confirm this officially. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigado. Antigua e Barbuda.
Thank you very much. Antigua and Barbuda has the floor.
Thank you, sir. Similarly, Antigua and Barbuda withdraws its request to put a footnote on the CAP resolution. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Está anotado pelo secretário.
Thank you very much. Now let's move on. Topic 9, reporting the activities of the Hemispheric Security Committee for period 2024-2025. As the next topic, I'd like to give the floor to the chair of the committee, the permanent representative of St. Kitts and Nevis, Ambassador Henry Martin. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much, Chair. I recognize the distinguished Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General, and all of my colleagues present here. I have the honor to present the verbal report on the work of the Committee on Hemispheric Security for the period 2024 to 2025 in my capacity as chair, and to submit the following two documents agreed upon by the committee for consideration. The draft General Assembly Resolution, amendment to Article 32.1 of the Statutes of the Inter-American Defense Board, CP/CSH 2331 of 2025, Rev 1, pursuant to AG Res 1 LVE of 2024, Rev 1. Proposed 2025 regional strategy to promote inter-American cooperation in response to criminal gangs, CP/CSH 2335 of 2025, in accordance with AG Res 3031 LIV O of 2024. Receipt of reports. Pursuant to Article 91F of the OAS Charter, the committee received and considered annual reports from the Inter-American Defense Board, the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism, the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission. The committee deliberated on a wide range of multidimensional security issues, including recommendations of the group of governmental experts on emerging technologies and lethal autonomous weapon systems, topics of cross-cutting importance such as firearms, emergency systems, critical infrastructure protection, disaster response, and cybersecurity and cyber defense, coordinated border management, women, peace and security, application of international law in cyberspace, considered in a joint session with the CAJP, the use of artificial intelligence for facial recognition in mass concentration events. In terms of mandated meetings and special sessions, the committee convened the following: the 11th Forum on Confidence and Security Building Measures, CSBM, chaired by Ambassador Mayalin Cordero, permanent representative of the Dominican Republic. Meeting on the special security concerns of small island and low-lying coastal developing states of the Caribbean. The third meeting of National Points of Contact on transnational organized crime, presided over by Argentina as chair of the RANDOT process. Meeting of the Committee on Hemispheric Security on security concerns of member states of the Central American Integration System, CICA. and a special meeting with permanent observers and collaborating partners. I'm pleased to highlight that during this period, 2 of the committee's 5 working groups concluded their mandates. The Working Group on Criminal Gangs, which considered the proposed 2025 regional strategy, chaired by Ambassador Benoni Belli, permanent representative of Brazil. The Working Group tasked with preparing MITHPA 8, chaired by Ambassador Mayelin Cordero of the Dominican Republic. The documents prepared for MISPA 8 were agreed upon by the committee and transmitted to the ministerial meeting for its consideration. The committee progressed in its comprehensive review of mandates related to multidimensional security. This process will continue in the 2025-2026 period. Following consultations with the relevant areas of the Secretariat, it was determined that, aside from the proposed amendment to the IADB statutes, no additional urgent matters were identified under the 5 exceptions of the draft resolution, reaffirmation of mandates, and establishment of a mandate management mechanism approved by the Council on May 7th. Special recognition as I close. Vice Chairs of the Committee on Hemispheric Security, Ambassador Luz Elena Baños Rivas of Mexico, Ms. Pamela Polanco Jorge of the Dominican Republic, and Ms. Claudia Andrea Escobar of Paraguay. To all delegations for their participation and commitment, the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security, IADB, the Inter-American Defense College, to Jose Gabriel Salazar, Committee Secretary, for his dedication and consistent delivery, the Department of Conference Services and Secretariat of the Permanent Council, interpreters and translators for their dedicated support. The committee's productive period was marked by active engagement, meaningful outcomes, and strengthened cooperation on hemispheric security matters. Deep appreciation is extended to all who contributed to this success. Thank you very much.
Ofereço a palavra.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to delegations who wish to refer to the report presented. Mexico has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mexico, as Vice Chair of this committee, fully recognizes Ambassador Jasmine Henry Martin, Permanent Representative of St. Kitts and Nevis, for her work as Chair of this committee during the period 2024-2025. Her work to strengthen the work of this committee in a context of growing challenges has to be underscored, and it's so much more complex in our region. We truly value that her leadership allowed us to make visible the priorities in the Caribbean and promote a sensitive look at national realities of the small insular states. We celebrate that her chairmanship has been an example of the crucial role played by women in building security policies which are sustainable and are geared toward the well-being of our societies. We also celebrate that the chair and the vice chair were occupied by women. We truly appreciate the professional work of the technical secretariat, Jose Salazar, and also the technical secretaries of CAP and the CAJP, who do very important work when it comes to the permanent committees. We have special recognition for the secretaries and the executive secretaries of SICTE, Alison Treppel, and SICAD, Adam Nam, whose exemplary work has been crucial for the very complex agendas under his leadership, and that they were taken on with high technical standards to arrive at the very end of his term, and our special recognition for the sterling contributions to the OAS. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. The United States has the floor.
The United States would like to thank Ambassador Henry Martin for her leadership of the Committee on Hemispheric Security for the past year and for her report. I take the floor only to clarify that the United States will be submitting a footnote on the resolution which revises the statutes of the Inter-American Defense Board, and I want to be very clear with what it is we're footnoting and what it is we're not saying, because the United States does support the relocation of the Inter-American Defense Board to the F Street building. I think people in this room have known that we have been advocating for this for some time. Our only objection was that the language that was agreed upon in the committee specifies the specific floor that the Inter-American Defense Board must be relocated to. And our position was that we don't need to be that specific in the statutes of the organization. It would be better to give the Organization of the American States flexibility, such that in a few years, if they need to move to the 5th floor or whatever else, we're not locked in having to do another revision to the statutes. So we will be submitting a footnote with that specific intention, but I wanted to make it very clear that we appreciate all the work that has gone in to this resolution, all the work that has gone into the real estate strategy, the move of the board to the F Street building, and so on. Thank you, Chair.
Não havendo mais.
Thank you very much. As there are no further requests for the floor, we would like to extend our congratulations to the chairman of the Hemispheric Security Committee and the members of the committee, as well as to the Multidimensional Security Secretariat and the Inter-American Defense Board for the results achieved during this period. The chair suggests that the Permanent Council take due note of the report of the Hemispheric Security Committee and transmit it to the General Assembly alongside other observations made by member states. Likewise, I ask the Permanent Council if we can agree on the text of the draft resolution entitled Amendment to Article 32.1 of the Statute of the Inter-American Defense Board regarding the headquarters of that entity, presented by the committee and contained in document CP/CSH 2331/25 Rev 1, in order to submit it to the consideration of the 55th regular session of the General Assembly. I should also like to consult the Permanent Council acting as the preparatory committee of the General Assembly, according to Article 91C of the OAS Charter, on the possibility of including the topic related to the previous draft resolution in the draft agenda of the 55th regular session, given that this draft resolution responds to the exact mandates of the General Assembly provided for in Resolution Budget Program of the organization for 2025. If there is no objection, it is so agreed. So agreed. The chair suggests that the Permanent Council take note of the presentation of the proposal for the Regional Strategy 2025 for the promotion of inter-American cooperation in response to criminal groups, which will be submitted to the Permanent Council for consideration at its next regular session. If there is no objection, then it is so agreed. So agreed. Let's move on to the next item. We will move on to the consideration of the report on the activities of the Committee for Management of the Inter-American Summits and Participation of Civil Society and the OAS activities for 2024-2025. And to this end, I should like to give the floor to the chair of this, the permanent representative of the Dominican Republic. Ambassador Cordero, you have the floor, madam. Mr. Chairman, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, and alternates, permanent observers, on behalf of the Committee on Management Committee of the Inter-American Summits and Participation of Civil Society in the activities of the OAS, I'm very happy to present this verbal report on the activities that were conducted for 2024 to 2025 in compliance with two mandates, particularly given to those established in Resolution AG/Res 3026 and AG/Res 3027 of 2024. During this period, the committee examined the requests for 35 civil society organizations to be included in the registry of the OAS and participate in its activities. These requests were approved already by this permanent council, and as such then, member states struck a consensus on a mechanism to promote broader participation and more effective from civil society and activities of the organizations, as well as a course of action to advance in reviewing the guidelines for participation of civil society organizations in OAS activities, adopted via Resolution CP/Res 759 to 17/99. The information here was presented to this permanent council on the 7th of May this year. In this context, then, I should like to inform you that the General Secretary, through section that has to do with relations with civil society, has already begun to implement various measures agreed. And as such, then, the committee has followed up the process geared to transform this section into a department with a view to strengthening the institutional capacities of the OAS and broaden opportunities for participation for civil society. On the other hand, the committee received 2 periodic reports from the Summit Secretariat of the Americas on activities undertaken to support and consolidate the summit process of the Americas. With regard to the draft resolutions, let me inform you that on the meeting of 13th June, and with the pertinent consultations with the competent areas and the General Secretariat, the committee concluded that there was no urgent topic, with 5 exceptions included in the first operative paragraph of the draft resolution, referring to mandates and establishing a mandates management point. As a result, there was no draft resolution during this period. Mr. Chairman, before wrapping up, I should like to recognize and value the commitment of all delegations, the support of which and willingness for dialogue allowed us to move ahead effectively in compliance with the mandates entrusted to the CISC. I should also like to express my recognition to Mrs. Paulina Colominas from the Section of Relations with Civil Society and Mrs. Celina Conte from the Summit Secretariat of the Americas. I'd like to thank them for their valuable technical support during the process. And also, I should like to thank the Department of Conferences and the Secretariat of the Permanent Council, and particularly Mr. Jose Gabriel Salazar, for constant support in preparing the meetings and working documents of the committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to give the floor to delegations who wish to refer to the report presented. If not, then we should like to extend our congratulations to the chair of the Management Committee of the Inter-American Summits and Participation of Civil Society in Activities of the OAS, and to the members of the CISC, as well as to the Secretary of the Summits and the Section of Relations with Civil Society of the General Secretariat for the results achieved during this period. The chair suggests that the Permanent Council take note of the report of the Committee for the Management of Inter-American Summits and Participation of Civil Society in OAS activities and transmit it to the General Assembly. If there are no objections, it is so agreed. Agreed. Item 11, we now have to consider the draft resolution to be submitted to the 55th regular session of the General Assembly by member states. I would like to ask if we can agree on the text of the draft resolution entitled Hemispheric Commemoration of 250th Anniversary of the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America, contained in document CP/Doc 6090/25 Rev 1, in order to submit it to the consideration of the 55th regular session of the General Assembly. If there's no objection to that, then it is so agreed. Agreed. Secondly, with regard to the draft resolution entitled Creation of a Committee of Credentials for the Bodies of the Organization of American States, contained in the document CP/Doc 6115/25 Rev 1, the chair suggests that the said project be noted and that it be transmitted to the 55th regular session of the General Assembly, with the recommendation that it be forwarded to the General Committee for consideration of the paragraphs that were not pre-agreed. If there are no objections, it is so agreed. Agreed. Thirdly, I ask the Permanent Council if we can agree on the text of the draft resolution entitled Commemoration of the Bicentennial of the Independence of Bolivia, contained in document CP/Doc 6116/25, in order to submit it to the consideration of the 55th regular session of the General Assembly. Since there are no objections, it is so agreed. Agreed. Fourthly, with regard to the draft resolution entitled Call for the Urgent Implementation of Concrete Solutions in Order to Resolve the Serious Security and Institutional Crisis in Haiti, contained in document CP/Doc 6118/25 Rev 4, the Chair, based on the comments presented by the United States delegation yesterday afternoon, suggests that this draft be noted and that it be transmitted to the 55th regular session of the General Assembly, with the recommendation that only the paragraphs that have received comments be forwarded to the General Committee for due consideration. If there are no comments, no objections, it is so agreed. Agreed. Fifth, I ask the Permanent Council if we can agree to the text of the draft resolution entitled Commemoration of the Bicentennial of the Independence of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay, Liberating Crusade and Declaration of Independence. Colombia has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I didn't want to interrupt the pace. Nonetheless, Colombia wanted to mention the following. Very briefly, I wanted to underscore the importance of draft resolution on Haiti, which gives us a chance to move ahead to work and strengthen things. And given the support that it needs, Colombia, although it doesn't have any definitive solution, but it is clear-headed about the essential points. First, the need to keep an open, frank discussion going on the possible perspectives when it comes to security. And second, that the complexity of the current motion requires bold moves. We're committed to take on this challenge. It's crucial that we adopt tangible actions so as to address the problems that affect this sister country. In principle, we propose two approaches which should be borne in mind in the plan of action proposed to the Secretary General. First, we consider that we should focus on the entry routes for drugs and the financing for these criminal gangs. This is crucial for us to implement rigorous measures and to cooperate so that we can break the drug trafficking into Haiti, which hurts organizations. We have to work to crack down on illicit arms that get into the hands of these gangs. Strict control and international cooperation are crucial to come down on this arms trafficking and the violence in Haiti. We feel that the OAS should come up with responses to the political and humanitarian crisis that this country confronts. And that is why we truly believe that we need to have some kind of mechanism that will facilitate a military response within the framework of the OAS to provide stability and security for the country. It is the response that has to be clearly planned and implemented with the support and cooperation of all member states of the organization. Haiti needs the region, and what happens in Haiti involves all of us. We cannot overlook this sister country. The OAS plays a fundamental role for Haiti, and that is why it's important to intensify diplomatic dialogue in the Security Council and the General Secretary of the United Nations to support a quick response to Haiti's request for an urgent and broad-based assistance when it comes to security. For that, it is important to consider all of the options to uphold peace within the framework of the Charter of the United Nations. Representative, it's not time to have a debate on Haiti. I gave you 3 minutes, so please wrap it up. Thank you very much. Now we can consider the draft resolution, commemoration of the bicentennial of the independence of Uruguay. And I'd like to ask the Permanent Council if we can agree to this draft resolution called Commemoration of Bicentennial of Independence of Uruguay, Liberating Crusade and Declaration of the Independence of the Eastern Province, contained in document CP 6119/25, in order to submit it to the consideration of the 55th regular session of the General Assembly. If there are no objections, it is so agreed. To conclude, I'd like to ask the Permanent Council if we'd agree to the draft resolution entitled Commemoration of the bicentennial of the independence, CP 6122/25, celebration of the Spanish language, in order to submit it to the consideration of the 55th regular session of the General Assembly. I don't see any objections to that. It is so agreed. Agreed. Next topic, considering the flexibility of the Brazilian delegation that removed its comments and will present a footnote, I'd like to ask the Permanent Council if we can approve the draft resolution request from the Inter-American Juridical Committee so as to examine the juridical implications of arbitrary detention and relations between states presented by the Delegation of Canada and co-sponsored by delegates of Argentina, Costa Rica, the United States, Paraguay, and the Dominican Republic, contained in document CP/Doc 6111/25 Rev 1. If there is no objection, it is so agreed. That is to say, approved. Approved. Next item, I'd like to ask the Permanent Council if we can approve the draft resolution entitled Best Practices for Regulatory Improvement for the benefit of the users of telecommunication services, presented by the permanent missions of Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay, contained in document CP/Doc 6112/25 Rev 1. If there are no objections, it is so approved. Approved. Let's move on to item 14. We have to consider, or I bring this to you for consideration of the Secretary General's request that an exception be granted as provided for in AG Res Resolution 2942 for staff of permanent missions before taking office in General Assembly within the category of position of trust. We have this for Ambassador Carlos, permanent representative of Chile, to the requirement of 6B. Absence from office under the category of trusted personnel is provided for in Article 29B of the General Rules of the Functioning of the General Secretary. As is known to all, established in Resolution 2942, Annex 1 of the General Assembly, Permanent Council may grant such exceptions on a case-by-case basis when it comes to trusted personnel. This request aims to fill the position of Secretary for the Strengthening of Democracy, a post of trust that became vacant after the completion of the mandate of Dr. Francisco Guerrero, who served in this function over the last decade. I'd like to ask the Permanent Council if we can proceed with the granting of the requested exception. I don't see any objection. Agreed. According to Article 28 of the General Assembly regulations, we now move on to the installation of the Style Committee. In this sense, the Chair proposes the following delegation to compose the Style Committee of the 55th Ordinary or Regular Session of the General Assembly: Antigua and Barbuda for English, Brazil for the Portuguese language, Canada for the French language, and Colombia for Spanish. If there is no objection, it is so agreed. Agreed. We have concluded the agenda of this meeting. I'll offer the floor to delegates who wish to refer to other matters of an informative nature. United States.
Thank you, Chair. Under other business, I would like to briefly inform our colleagues that the United States has circulated a revision 2 on the joint declaration on the promotion of freedom of conscience and religion or belief in the Americas. This updated draft incorporates the comments that we have received from several delegations over the past several weeks. We are particularly grateful for the support to date of Argentina, Paraguay, and Peru, and for the thoughtful and collaborative spirit that has shaped the process so far. Again, to be clear, this is a non-negotiated joint declaration intended for release by interested delegations, not for adoption by the General Assembly itself. Our goal would be to issue the text on the margins of the General Assembly next week with the broadest possible support from OAS member states who choose to be a part of the declaration as a shared reaffirmation of our commitment to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion or belief across the Americas. We will host an informal virtual consultation via Teams Friday at 1 o'clock to continue the conversation. We welcome the participation of all delegations who are interested in joining or providing further input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bahamas has the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and we appreciate your efficiency, and we'll try to be as quick as possible, noting that you have 3 minutes. Excellency and colleagues, per our diplomatic note, reference 31st, 2025, dated April 24th, wherein the permanent mission of the Commonwealth of Bahamas requested the inclusion of an agenda item entitled Report and Discussion on the Fiscal Health of the Organization. We wish to inquire on the apparent absence of said report on those matters that were being considered. Without presumption, we respectfully request clarification. The Council is further reminded that for the first occasion last year under the chairmanship of this delegation in all capacities as Chair of PC, Chair of the General Committee, and Chair of CAP, such a dedicated discussion was convened during the 54th General Assembly, and a specific reporting template was prepared by this delegation and was produced. Chair, we are open to discussing with yourself, the General Secretary, and the host country on how to address this matter. We don't want to presume that it was just an oversight. Sorry, we presume that it was just an oversight. We do not like to presume that it was something that was taken with deliberation. Thank you, Chair.
I don't see any further requests for the floor, so thank you very much to all for your participation. The session is adjourned. Thank you.